Can everybody raise? We welcome our chief and all special guests. Everybody, please be seated. Thank you. A very good morning, Chief Venerable Dato Kesari Dhammaratana. A very good morning to Venerable Teacher Chende, Brother Prem, Brother Haji Hanif, Brother Alex Yap, special guests, speakers, and all brothers and sisters. My name is K.H. Tan. It's my pleasure to be your MC today. To kick off today's event, Malaysia Peace Conference 2023 with the theme Bridging the Divide, Fostering Harmony from Within. First of all, we would like to carry out memorial service dedicated to our most respectful late chief, Venerable Dr. Kesari Dhammananda, and late Venerable Master Jin Kong. For more than 50 years, the late chief, Venerable Dr. Kesari Dhammananda, had devoted himself to propagating Buddhism in Malaysia. His teachings of the Dhamma have reached many parts of Malaysia and was recognized by the world through his lectures and his publications. The late Venerable Chief passed away on the 31st August 2006. And for the late Venerable Master Jin Kong, who had been spending more than 60 years in teaching Pure Land Buddhism throughout the world, he advocated the importance of peace starts from oneself, and promoting the idea of world peace could be done through the unity of all religions among themselves. He passed away last year, June 26th. And now, we would like to invite Chief Venerable Dato Kesari Dhammaratana and Venerable Teacher Chen De, accompanied by guest Madam Alice Wong, come out to the upper stage here to offer flowers to both the late chief and master, please. Thank you very much, Chief Venerable Dato Kesari Dhammaratana, and thank you, Venerable Teacher Chanta. And now, we will perform silent prayer for 2 minutes. For the success of this event, and more importantly, to meet the conference objective, which is bridging the divide, fostering harmony from within, we can start to pray according to our own faith now for 2 minutes, please. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, and now is the opening address by Brother Prematilaka K.D. Sarisana, the President of Buddhist Mahavihara, please.
Venerable Chief Dato Kesari Dhammaratana, Venerable Chengde, Alice, Alex, Dr. Amer, our guests from Australia, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great pleasure to have you all here to try and fathom this topic of ours, which is to bridge the divide, fostering harmony. It is important for us to realize what these words mean, bridging the divide. Are we divided? We have Muslims, we have Christians, we have Buddhists, we will eventually have Sikhs. But in a hall like this, we are never divided. In a hall, we will never be divided. Harmony in society is an essential component of a stable, secure, and prosperous community. To achieve harmony, it is necessary to address the underlying causes of conflict and division, promote open and honest discussions and communications, and to foster a culture of understanding and respect for diversity. So how do we bridge the divide and foster harmony from within? To answer this question, as a Buddhist, I have to take you back 2,612 years, where the Buddha set in motion and introduced the wheel of the Dhamma. The Buddha made right view and right understanding, the cornerstone of his teachings. And it is important for us to reflect the importance of having a right view and to have a right understanding. When we come to a conference like this, with whether it is Pure Land, whether it is Buddhist Mahavihara, we invite people of different faiths. When you attend a conference like this, you don't lose your faith. You still hold on to the faith. You still hold on to the ethics of your religion. And if we put that into practice, then you will be able to breach the divide and begin fostering harmony. The mind is like a garden, and we all know that. And in our gardens, we will have roses, we have lilies, we have beautiful chrysanthemums. But within this, you will have weeds sprouting out. And what is important for us? To internalize this. And that's what the Buddha said. You can never find the answer externally. You have to find it internally. And once we are able to internalize, remove the weeds, remove all the calamities that control our mind into that emotional rage, then you will realize that you will find the joys of that influence, that you will find the joy of compassion, you will find the joy of understanding. And this is basically what we need to do. We are unable to bring and to radiate love, which is an important ingredient in our lives. Whether it is in your home, whether it is in your community, whether it is the larger circle. But one important thing is that you need to reflect the love within yourself. And if you do not find the love within yourself, you are never able to extend. And these are the key ingredients, what the Buddha said. You have to love yourself. You have to radiate that love, that loving kindness towards yourself. Only then can you extend it to your immediate family and then to your larger community. Somebody asked the Buddha a long time ago, how do I go and reach out to people? And the Buddha said this: you need to go out and help 40 houses to the north, 40 houses to the south, 40 houses to the east, and 40 houses to the west. And I was discussing this with Dr. Amir, and Dr. Amir said even in Islam, they talked about the 40 houses to go and help people, north, south, east, and west. So within this community, when you are helping, what happens? You will have people of different faiths. Now, how do you bring that in the teachings of your religion to be able to help the person without any adverse feelings and reactions? And this is what is important. The process of going within involves transforming our minds. Although our body is important, satisfying it does not bring lasting happiness. 4 months ago, I was very fat. So I decided to internalize, eat 1 meal a day. And today, Dr. Amin said, hey, you have slimmed. I said that those are actions we take within ourselves so that we look good, you know. And I said the same thing to Dr. Amir. He said, hey, you're looking slim. And this is internalizing. And this is important. The obstacles that we need to eliminate in order to build bridges are not external. Again, I repeat, but are afflictive mental states, distorted attitudes, and disturbing emotions. Today, you know that we are run up to elections in Malaysia. and every day to hear the distorted the emotions. And this is what's dividing the people. Honestly, this is what is dividing. You can listen to the radio, you can listen to the TV, you on over Instagram, everywhere. And this distortion of segregating the populace of the nation is so destructive that people like us, and today this conference is timely, I believe. It is important that we shed how we can bridge the divide and foster harmony. In everything, man is the ultimate unit. When man decides to substitute compassion and benevolence as a policy of action against aggression and ill will, the world will turn into a veritable abode of peace. For it is only when man shall have peace within himself and boundless goodwill for the others that peace will become real and enduring. In conclusion, I would like to call upon each one of us to eliminate the principles practiced by both our late masters, Venerable K.C. Dhammananda and Master Chinkun, that made them such inspirational leaders in our community. With that, thank you so much. Have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Bram. Thank you very much. And next, we would like to invite Venerable Datuk Kesari Dhammaratana, the Chief High Priest of Malaysia, to deliver his welcome speech, please.
Venerable Chendi, my very old friend from Taiwan. So I'm very happy to see him today in our temple. And Brother Premdilaka, President of the Buddhist Mahavihara, Dr. Amir is none other than again my brother. We will never forget. Now we are going into be a not second-hand caste, a third-hand caste maybe. Huh? So that's why before we go into the junkyard, so hopefully we can build up new generation into the society to educate our people and practice peace and harmony in this country. And Brother Alex Sharp and representative from the Amitabha Center, and especially from all the way from Australia, actually they are the most exciting people I see every day. Our social media and communications our brother from uh, Amitabh Pure Lands Center in Australia. He has been active and he has been communicating with our Malaysian people to be together with all the citizens of the country, all the citizens of the world, to bring up peace and harmony. On behalf of the organizing committee of the today's conference, bringing the divide, fostering harmony from within ourselves, as well as the Buddhist Mahavihara Management Committee, I would like to welcome to our Buddhist Mahavihara all the brothers and sisters in this morning to participate this special, meaningful events. Namo Buddhaya Amitopo. And Amitabha members, Amitabha Center's members and brothers and sisters, and we are not a stranger to me, especially last 20, 30 years, together with our Venerable Master Chinkung, we used to meet each other many occasions, different countries, different places, to bring peace and harmony to the world. And today, you have organized especially this conference to honor our two great fathers, the most venerable Dr. K. Sri Dhammananda, as well as Master Chinkum Phasa. Both of them, they have been spending most of the time to propagate the great master's teaching, great master's message, great master's action to the human society. And we are always talking about peace and harmony. I don't think we don't have any harmony. We have all the time harmony. But who created the harmony? We ourselves create. Who create the problems? We ourselves create the problem. We are all members of the family of human being. Whether different sizes, like Australian people like big size and the white color, and our people little bit brown color, black color. So, but still it's the same. The blood color is still the same. If we come to the Western countries, our Asian countries also, we feel pain. And happiness also, when Western people are sharing, we also share in same way. So nothing different, but we ourselves, due to misunderstanding, due to lack of understanding, due to lack of educations, we ourselves create all the disharmony within our family members. All the time, our both masters, they have been trying their best to educate our people. But no matter how much they have been trying their best to educate our people, because our mind is always going to the negative thought. So therefore, whenever think about negative way, we try our best to be selfish. When we are selfish, we are greedy, and then we try to claim ourselves. I'm a Australian, I'm a Malaysian, the Chinese, the Indians or Malay. But they never realize we all are one family members. So therefore, it is our duty to remind on and off to our community, to our family members. We all are one family members. So therefore, by using all the great masters' teaching, Jesus Christ, Prophet Muhammad, our great master, the Lord Buddha and Bhagavad Gita, all the great masters' teaching, they all the time they're trying their best to teach us to be a good people, good citizen of the world. So therefore, today we are very happy under the leadership of the Pure Land Society members, as well as Brickfield Buddhist Mahavihara and other surrounding organizations, come forward to organize this special and simple, meaningful conference for our community to remind us. No matter whether COVID-19 come or not, but peace and harmony must go together. Always must go together. And after quite some time be quiet, but after COVID over, now I think everybody is slowly forgetting the COVID-19. We are starting to begin to go back to our ordinary way of thinking. But remember, this COVID-19 has made biggest changes. I do not know all of you have realized. Because of the modern technology and our younger generation has changed the way of thinking. And those days, children have to listen to the parents. Now, parents have to listen to the children. Slowly and slowly, they are mentally, they are changing. So what we have to do is, being ourselves, senior people, we must quickly plant the seed into their mind. Please don't forget, although handphone came, whatever the latest model, Apple or Samsung or whatever, please don't forget your culture, traditions, and religion, and your parents. So, in order to educate our new generation, our organizations, we came together to organize this simple and meaningful conference to plant seed in our future generation. So therefore, our way of thinking, we have to change and adjust and to reach out to the new generation, and we will be able to move forward to find peace and harmony for future generation. And thank you very much, and wish you all the success of today's simple conference organized by the both organization. And we must thanks to our both teachers. They have all the way guided us. I'm very proud to see our Sifu. He was following Master Chinkung many years, and at the same time, last couple of years, I was talking with some of the PULIME Amitabha groups members, so how the master, if anything happened to masters, who is going to continue? But I didn't know master quietly go and plant seed. So today is growing. So I'm very happy to see Sifu, and please don't be hesitate to contact us. We are ever ready to work together with you all. And then we try to help our brothers and sisters to bring up for next generation to build up our future platform for peace and harmony. Thank you. Namo Buddhaya. Amitabha.
We thank you, Chief, for the welcome speech just now. And now, we'd like to invite Venerable Teacher Chenda to deliver his welcome speech, please.
尊敬的达摩那达那都长老，尊敬的舍利希那先生，诸位贵宾，诸位大德，诸位先生女士们，大家好，阿弥陀佛。今天我们非常欢喜看到大家聚会在这个很殊胜的和平大会里面，各大宗教的大德们能够踊跃前来到此地，一同来探讨关于我们这个时代的宗教教育、道德教育、宗教交流以及宗教团结等重要的议题这确实是无比的殊胜就像刚刚我们长老提到首先呢，我们有2位我们佛门的高僧呢，他们的教导还有他们的行仪让我们来跟随我们要成仙 再来，我们要启后。刚刚我们长老一直在提，我们的下一代也要能有这些和平的理念。所以承先启后啊，这个是我们每一个人的本分职责。过去净公老和尚常常提醒我们，宗教之间呢，一定要多聚会，多交流。所谓见面呢，3分情。乃至于可以一道去旅行。大家相处的时间久了，许多的话题都能够聊得开来。许多的问题都能够因此得到解决。我们中国人常说如切如磋。而且有经典的指导一定有解决的方法。我们有这个信心。那大家多交流都可以变成无话不谈的好朋友。所以这一件事确实是无比的重要。今天希望借着这个欢迎嘉宾的时段，承德来攻读我们从5个宗教的经典节录下来的几段经文，来表达我们对于人类各大宗教真诚的赞叹与礼敬。首先真主在古兰经说道，我使你们成为许多民族与部落，以便你们互相认识。真主又说，你们应当谨守正教，不要为了正教而分别门户。接下来是印度教的圣典当中说到，证得生命一体之境界者，能于众生中见到自信，也能在自信中见到一切众生。他会以全面而不偏颇的眼光看待宇宙的万物。这一段印度教的教诲跟我们道家庄子也说到，天地与我并生，万物与我为一，相同。然后是锡克教的古大德曾经说，我心中珍惜超过一切的乃是爱，它使我在尘世间享有永恒的生命。最后在基督教的圣典里面，使徒圣彼得如此的告诉我们，他说道，你们要分外的殷勤，有了信心呢，又要加上德行，有了德行，又要加上真知，加上智慧，有了真知，又要加上节制，有了节制，又要加上忍耐，有了忍耐，又要加上一心的虔诚，有了虔诚呢，又要加上爱兄弟姐妹们的心，有了爱兄弟姐妹们的心，又要加上爱众人的心。以上呢，是我们在这里为大家所选读的几段重要的经文。那佛教里头有说对于圣教的学习，首先要有信，接下来要有解，有行，然后才会有最终的正的成就。在这个修行的过程里面，5根5力、菩萨6度等等项目，都是佛门 修学的科目。在此地呀，伟大的使徒带给我们一个重要的讯息，那就是我们修学的道路上绝不能忘记呀，要时时刻刻在实际生活里面勘验自己，检查自己。关于勘验的标准呢，圣彼得提醒我们，我们有没有一颗真正护念身旁兄弟姐妹的心？进一步的，我们有没有护念全世界一切大众的心？到最后，我们有没有爱护这个大宇宙一切众生的心？这是我们向伟大使徒学习到重要的一课。今天我们在此地也衷心的期盼，透过上帝慈悲的引导，所有人类最终都能够认识到真主所说的那个一体而没有分裂的神圣宗教。愿上帝指引我们，逐渐契入那众生一体的境界，帮助我们迈向伟大的使徒们所展现出的那充满仁爱与智慧的心灵境界。就像刚刚我们长老提到的，我们的心念只要从自私向外转成向内，去爱一切的人，那世界的问题就能解决的。那最后承德在此地祝福今天与会的所有嘉宾们身心安康，福慧增长，法喜充满，一切吉祥。祝愿大会圆满顺利。谢谢大家。
Most Venerable Dato K. Sri Dhammaratana Nayaka Mahathera, Mr. Prima Tilaka K.D. Sarisena, respected monks, esteemed individuals, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, we are extremely honored and delighted to see everyone gather in this auspicious and peaceful assembly. It is truly remarkable that venerable representatives from different religions have enthusiastically come together to discuss important issues concerning religious education, moral education, interfaith dialogue, and religious unity in our present era. These topics are indeed crucial for the stability and harmony of our world. Just as Venerable Dhammaratana mentioned, we inherit from the two great masters, and it is our duty today to continue this education. In the past, Venerable Master emphasized the importance of gathering and exchanging ideas among different religions, even to the extent of embarking on journeys together. Spending time together allows for open conversations, and many issues can be resolved through such interactions, leading to strong friendships where anything can be discussed. This aspect is truly invaluable. Today, during this welcoming session, I would like to recite a few excerpts from the scriptures of the 5 major religions as a way to express our sincere admiration and respect for the various religions of humanity. First of all, in the Quran, Allah says, "I have made you into many nations and tribes, so that you may know one another." Allah also says, "Hold fast to the rope of Allah and do not be divided among yourselves." Next, in the scriptures of Hinduism, it is mentioned, one who realizes the oneness of life can see their own self in all beings, and all beings in their own self. They will perceive the universe with an unbiased and comprehensive vision. Lao Tzu from Taoism also said, "Heaven and earth and I are of the same root, and all things and I are one." Then in the Sikh faith, a great guru once said, "What I cherish most in my heart is love, for it grants me eternal life in this world." Finally, in the Christian Bible, the Apostle Peter tells us, "Make every effort to add to your faith goodness, and to goodness, knowledge, and to knowledge, self control, and to self control, perseverance, and to perseverance, godliness, and to godliness, mutual affection, and to mutual affection, love." Above are several important scriptures that we have selected for everyone here. In Buddhism, it is said that in the study of the holy teachings, one must first have faith, followed by understanding and practice, and then there will be the ultimate achievement. In this process of practice, topics such as the 5 roots, 5 powers, and the 6 perfections of bodhisattvas are all subjects of Buddhist study. Here, the great apostle brings us an important message that we must never forget to constantly examine ourselves in practical life on our path of study. Regarding the criteria for examination, St. Peter reminds us, do we have a genuinely caring heart for our brothers and sisters around us? Furthermore, do we have a caring heart for all beings in the world? And finally, do we have a loving heart for all sentient beings in this entire universe? This is an important lesson we learn from the great apostle. Today, we sincerely hope and pray that through the guidance of God's compassion, all human beings can ultimately recognize what the true God speaks of, that undivided and sacred religion. May God guide us to gradually enter the realm of unity with all sentient beings and help us progress towards the spiritual realm of love and wisdom demonstrated by the great apostles. Finally, I extend blessing to all the guests present today, wishing you physical and mental well-being, increasing blessings and wisdom, and may the joy of the Dharma fill your lives. May all auspiciousness be with you. Thank you, everyone.
We thank you, Venerable Teacher Chen De, and also our translator, Dewi, Brother Dewi. And now, it's time for morning tea. Had you had one this morning? No? Yes? Okay, it's fine. We are getting ready for everybody. So now we are going to have our morning tea and fellowship, and we should resume our session at 10 a.m. later. Okay, please, everybody, at behind of the hall. Everybody, please. Welcome our moderator, Dr. Amir.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Is the sound okay? Okay, good. I'm very pleased and thankful to have been invited to moderate on this session. And I'm very, very doubly happy to be here because those two venerables that were honored this morning, the late Chief Dhammananda was my godfather. And even though I'm not a Buddhist, I am somewhat like a member of this Mahavihara. Brother Prem can testify to that. Because I was so close to the chief when I used to visit him, and when it was my Muslim prayer time, he would insist that I pray in his bedroom. So you can imagine a Muslim praying in the bedroom of the chief Buddhist monk in the main temple of the Theravada Buddhists in Kuala Lumpur. So I've always said that there is no reason why our different religions should separate us. And with Master Chin Kung, and some of you may can testify this too, right? I think since about 2008, yeah, I used to follow him about, I think maybe about to about half the world, yeah, with many of you also, right? He brought us even to meet the Pope, right? And we had a very great visit to Xinjiang, to the Gobi Desert, and at that time our chief Dhammaratana also was with us. And in the middle of the desert, our bus broke down, and the chief Dhammaratana with the cowboy hat. Yeah, you all remember those were great memories. Yes, so I look up to Master Ching Kung also as my father. Yeah, and in the bus when we were traveling together, when you can see someone at close hand, you know that person much better than if you see him just on stage looking. So I am very happy to be here, to be part of this program organized by these two organizations that were headed by my two fathers. Okay, now, now I better do my task, which is moderate the panel, the session this morning. May I invite our panelists, the very Reverend Philip Thomas, Co-Episcopa, please. Dr. Lee Chen Mei. And Mr. Tyagarajan. Okay, that is the sequence of CVs given to me, so that will be the order I'll be inviting them to speak. I will introduce them all first before I invite them to talk on the topic. As you can see, it's about moral education, the cultural and religious perspective from the Malaysian perspective. All right, because we have some Australian guests, and from their perspective, it may be different. There may be some differences. By the way, I was in Australia for 7 years studying there. I did my medical studies in Queensland, Brisbane, Queensland. Okay, so on my right is the very Reverend Dr. Phyllis Thomas, who is the chairman of the Council of Churches of Malaysia, and also the chairman of the Christian Federation of Malaysia, and the president of the YMCA, Young Men's Christian Association here, with a big center in Brickfields here, and also advisor of the Friendship Group for Interfaith Service, which is a service group combining all the major religions groups here. And he has many other important functions and roles. To my left is Dr. Lee Chen Mei, who is currently the head of program of Industrial Biotechnology program in the Faculty of Industrial Sciences and Technology, University Malaysia Pahang. In 2018, Dr. Lee successfully completed her doctoral studies at the University of Cambridge, UK, under the sponsorship of the Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education. Dr. Lee has been a practitioner of Pure Land Buddhism since her secondary school, following the teachings of the Venerable Master Chin Kung. Her spiritual journey has greatly influenced her personal and professional life, guiding her in the pursuit of knowledge and compassionate service to others. And on my extreme left is Mr. Tyagarajan, who is a very busy man. I see, because he owns his own accounting and management firm, and is active in the Institute of Approved Company Secretaries, serving as currently the National Assistant Treasurer and Chairman of the Investigation Committee. And religion-wise, he is active in the Malaysia Hindu Sangam, has been conducting Hinduism religious classes at temples in Ipoh for over 35 years, and served as the chairman of the Malaysian Hindu Sangam, Ipoh Local Council, and then at the Perak state level as the assistant secretary, committee member, internal auditor, and then at the national level as the assistant secretary, and then in the Malaysian Consultative Council for Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Sikhism, and Taoism as a national treasurer and committee member, as well as a state chairman. All right, and he has also been speaker for Hinduism at international conferences. Okay. Each panelist will have 10 minutes. All right. I will give a notice at 9 minutes. But you all are very good religious people and you follow instructions very well. I don't think I will need to worry about you going too much overboard. So let us first welcome the very Reverend Dr. Philip Thomas.
Thank you, Dr. Amir, for the introduction. I start my small presentation by paying homage to these two venerable masters. The venerable late chief I've known from the year 1984 when I became a priest in a small church here in Brickfields. And I used to occasionally come around, and from that time onwards, there was a kind of a filial relationship with him. And subsequently, over a period of time, many engagements, sharing the same dais, making presentations, and so on and so forth. He's always been a fatherly figure. The Venerable Master Chin Kung, I had the blessed opportunity to meet him at a conference that was organized by the Griffith University some years ago, organized by Pure Line as well, and university. And so it was a very blessed experience. 4 days, we had a very beautiful experience at Griffith University. And so there was this personal encounter, and today, as you remembered these two masters, it rekindled my memory as well of my own acquaintances with them. The presentation today is about moral education. Well, morality and moral education can be two different things. It is not something that can be schooled. Morality is something that is within us. In the Christian perspective, humankind is created in the image and likeness of God, quite different apart from the rest of creation, and so has the very great potential of the highest good. Although Christian doctrine teaches us that subsequently there was a fall because of human sin, we know that the whole journey of humankind with the coming of Christ is to go back to that state and to even grow and become more and more divine. So for any kind of moral instruction or education, you must be of the right template. And that right template is a spiritual template because rules and regulations, President John Adams has said about the American Constitution, that this Constitution is made for people of high moral standards. So, in other words, this is even a secular constitution is made for people with high moral standards. And what more religious instruction and education. So definitely, the best, most important template is the human being himself, who has the potential of the highest good, created in his own image and likeness, and the ability to be the temple of the Holy Spirit to lead him or her. And we have two teachings that direct us towards this moral direction. In the Old Testament, we have what we call the Ten Commandments, but that is superseded by what Jesus Christ has taught us, because it's another dimension. And this is what we call the Beatitudes, or we call it the Sermon on the Mount, which is reflected in St. Matthew chapter 5. And the equal narrative is also seen in another gospel. It is called the Sermon on the Plain. And this is in St. Luke's gospel. What has been pronounced there, the narratives are basically the same. It is no more about rules and regulations. For example, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the kingdom, inherit the earth. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. So the Beatitudes open up another dimension in the whole human person. And this is what we seek and what we aspire. So moral teachings and education is only to help us in this path. So it is not a rational exercise. Of course, rationally we have to understand certain things, but rational understanding is not a total thing, because then a person who is mentally challenged will not be able to know this path. So it only means that there is a spirit that leads this person into what is goodness, and only God is good, as we always say. And so, if we are all as humankind with this basic framework to aspire to grow into goodness, which is actually divineness, then there is no room for segregation, because segregation is created in the minds of human beings who may have not attained that kind of stature, and they're not able to see inclusivity, but only exclusivity. And perhaps in the history of religions, even for that matter in Christianity, when we have gone through various historical process, social process, political process, in a way the pure faith sometimes get tainted. And we have to conform for years to satisfy the powers that be. But in its essence, it's always about becoming the highest good. And that's why even one of the disciples of Christ, St. Paul, he says, it's no longer I that live, but Christ who lives in me. And so then he becomes the expression. He becomes the expression. So in our context in Malaysia, I think the first step for all of us, including I speak for the Christian faith, is that a genuine discovery of the essence of our faith is important as a first step, so that we will be able to understand what is the nascent teaching and how we will be able to embrace this goodness and discover the potential that is in us, that is the image of God, and we are supposed to grow in His likeness, and allow the Spirit of God to enable us to grow in that full stature. And when we grow into that full stature, we know, according to the narratives in the book of Genesis, humankind is not just created by the utterance of a word. When everything else in creation is created by an utterance of the word, humankind is first formed from the dust of the earth. And then the breath of God is breathed to him. So in other words, the human person is connected with everything else in creation. So if we grow towards God in a beautiful way, the whole creation itself will be deified, will be divinized. So as long as humanity is fallen from that stature, then we will have climate change issues. We will have crimes. We will have segregation. We will have disparities economically and otherwise. So that is part of the challenge in trying to acquire this. So in our own context as a nation, I think we are perhaps in the best possible time in history, to forge this unity and oneness by not just coming to a kind of an agreement about religions, but rather in journeying together as what we call not on one path, but as religions journeying on a concourse together towards divinization and becoming more and more divine. And there will be a culmination point when the whole of humanity can be united. And as we go on this journey, we embrace each other. And in this Malaysian context, this is the challenge that is set before us. And I think there are so many good efforts, luminaries like our two masters and many other leaders from various religions have trod the path in this country. And I think we just continue in this journey. So may God guide us and bless us in forging a united and a great Malaysia with a great human spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. I think he has managed to convince us that moral education is a very important part of Christian education and Christian life. The next speaker, Dr. Lee.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Amir. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mi To Fo. So let me start with a bit of the history of moral educations in Malaysia. So the moral educations in Malaysia was first implemented in 1983, and the aim of the moral educations was molding upright, respectable, and noble person to the internalizations of practice of moral values upheld by Malaysian society. So the overall objective was to develop individuals who recognize, accept, and internalize their role as responsible citizens. In the education system of Malaysia, moral education is one of the core subjects that taught in the primary and secondary school in Malaysia. So from the perspective of traditional Chinese culture and Buddhism, the essence of moral education lies in its early and continuous cultivations, beginning from the every moment a child is born. So parents and elders have the responsibility to serve as the role model for children as they observe and imitate behaviors even before they can communicate or walk. It's essential that the speech and conduct of elders to align with moral principles and ethics, ensuring the children are positively influenced by what they see, hear, and experience. So the Chinese proverb say the behavior of a children at 3 years old will reveal what the person will be like at the age of 80. And the behavior of child of 7 will reveal what the person will be like throughout his or her whole life. So this makes a lot of sense because what the children see and hear during the first 3 years will leave a deep impression on them, and they will be able to tell right from wrong, good from evil at the age of 3. And these children will be immune to the many harmful pollutants in the contemporary world. So this immunity will have been instilled in them since birth. So 弟子规, or the standards of being a good student or child, consist of 113 Confucian rules of the recommended standards for students. So this book has been used for thousands of years for family education. In this ever-changing world, we can find ourselves amidst in turmoils, witnessing the deteriorations of relationship between individual, between humanity and the environment, between parents and children, between spouses and between employers and employees. The roles and responsibilities that define these connections has become very blurred, and our mind have become polluted, leading to the disintegrations of family system. So evidence in the rising rates of divorce. So in this context, as we reintroduce this book, we hold the aspirations that it will serve as a valuable references and source of guidance for both parents and children. We believe that by embracing this teaching, future generation can reap its benefits, leading to harmonious society and peaceful world. So apart from family education, when children start to attend primary schools at the age of 6 or 7, so if teachers make sure that the children adhere to moral principles and ethics every day, so this will enhance and extend the moral educations that the children have been receiving since birth. So this will help them to lay a foundations of good character, which will ensure virtuous thoughts, speech, and conduct for the rest of their life. So the children will give priority to others, treat others with respect and humility, engage in tasks with caution, and get along harmoniously with others. And childhood is the phase in one's life when one's memory at its best. So in traditional Chinese education, children under the age of 12 should therefore concentrate on memorizing. They should read or memorize all the texts that they need to study so that they will always remember these texts. So at this stage, they should pay attention in reading and memorizing rather than understanding. They should also pay attention to develop good virtue and learning how to properly interact with people and engage in tasks. So when they learn how to respect and attend to teachers at school, on returning home, they will know how to be filial and to be dutiful to their parents. So there were 2 stages in the ancient Chinese educations. After completion of the primary school education, the student at 13 will went to 大学. So when this will be equivalent to the university, so teaching in the 大学 will then focus on the explanation, analysis, and discussion. So having learned all the texts by heart, so there were no need for textbooks. So studying in a 大学 would be very enjoyable for both teachers and students. So it is very valuable to integrate the educational philosophies of both East and the West. Combining their strengths to compensate their weakness, we aspire that all the humanity will receive teachings of ethics, moralities, the law of cause and effects, wisdoms and science, reaching a consensus. So this pursuit is essential not only for individual lifelong happiness, but also for the collective and boundless happiness for all humankind living together in a harmony and flourishing side by side. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Lee touched on the local curriculum and on the disagree also. Here in Malaysia, because Islam is also being taught in schools, then in the schools where the Muslims have their religious classes, then the non-Muslims will have their civic or moral classes. But if you look at the outcome, maybe in some sense you can say still we started too late. right? Because we know all these moral teachings should start in the home, in the preschool, yeah, and the kind of kindergarten or preschool. Many years back, Malaysia adopted a look east policy, but it was more about the technology, getting the technology and other things. It's a pity we didn't imbibe or follow the examples of Dizigui, for example, and how the Japanese teach their children, they're very young, yeah, on the moral education. You may be well aware that in the Japanese kindergartens, they teach how to clean the classroom, clean the toilets. So the teaching is all about responsibilities, not so much about learning ABC and learning to read and write. And that builds the culture. You know how the Japanese, when they grow up, they are still very, very, very disciplined, right? It's something that we miss. Our its policy should have been looking at that. Just to share with you, the other day I shared with Dr. Lee that actually I had spent almost 1 week in the small town of Lujiang in Anhui province learning Dizigui. And one of my teachers is here with me. I'm very proud of her. Yeah. Okay. It's never too late to learn. And most importantly, what we learn, we should share with our children. Our last speaker is Mr. Tiagarajan. Oh, you okay? You prefer that? Oh.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to thank the president of the Buddhist Mahavihara, Mr. Prema Tilaka, who is my very good friend as well, through the Peace Conference of Malaysia, and allowing me to share some views from the perspective of Hinduism. Respected fellow faith leaders of various religions of Malaysia, Australia, and Singapore, jointly including are the religious scholars present for bridging the divide and fostering harmony from within. Allow me to take you into this journey of moral education through the eyes of Hinduism in its cultural and religious perspective. Right at the outset, one must realize that morality and ethics apply only to human species, Homo sapiens, being blessed with top rank of some 8.4 million species. It is often said that human beings have the capacity of rising to and privilege higher realms or dimensions of existence that is spiritual in nature. Morality is principle concerning right and wrong or good and bad behavior. Its etymology is Latin, that is the word mors or moralis, which means custom, manner, convention, or practice. Ethics is derived from a Greek word from ethos, meaning custom or character. Though it is unpopular belief, it is widely accepted that morality and ethics do not rely on religion alone. It is said a man's ethical and moral behavior should be based effectually on sympathy, education, and social ties and needs. No religion basis is necessary, so as it is said. But to have consistency of morals and ethics, religion have a structured framework in regard to personal human behavior, meant as a guide to determine right and wrong or good and bad. It is time-tested principle and laid down by the enlightened seers. உலகத்தோடு ஒட்ட ஒழுகல் பலகற்றும் கல்லாதவர். Tirukkural 140. Any person who is of education and learned, and if he is not able to live within the frame of living, together in peace and harmony the knowledge acquired will surely proclaim him as uneducated. In the Hindu context, morality falls within the ambit of dharma, and hence Hinduism is Sanatana Dharma, meaning eternal truth. The Oxford Dictionary defines dharma as a concept of central importance of Hindu religion and the philosophy, that is, the order and custom which made life and the universe possible and direct the behavior appropriate to the maintenance of that divine order. Dharma embraces every type of righteous conduct, covering every aspect of life that is essential for the sustenance and welfare of the individual and society. We Hindus believe that the world is a village and that all people are our family. Yadum ure yavarum kelir, Tidum nandrum pirartaravara. On manhood, realize that and understand that every village is our place of dwelling, good and bad, or right and wrong, and are not done to us if we do not part of those actions. It emphasizes the need to perform one's duty with utmost sincerity, without the expectation of rewards in any form. In the Hinduist system, the ultimate human behavior is moksha, otherwise known as nirvana, or the liberation of the soul. This cannot be achieved without dharma, that is, morality. The question of morality in Hinduism is in accordance to the Vedas, based on the intrinsic higher order prevalent only in human beings. The human existence must revert back to the original divine path, that is, the pursuit of artha and kama, must be based on dharmic principles. Sadly, it is today's world in the pursuit of wealth, which is artha, possession and pleasure, which is kama or kamam, have resulted in man having forgotten this intrinsic higher order. The moral structure of our society is at a significant crossroad where prosperity has given rise to greed and corruption. It is absolutely crucial for us to remind ourselves that our younger generation of the glorious past and the enriching scriptures, understanding their essence, can give hope to bringing back the much needed balance to develop and evolve into matured higher beings. The concept of morals or immorals, which is dharmic and adharmic, yin and yang, are contained in abundance in the Idigasam, which is the Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, Dharma Shastras, Thirukural, Devaram, Tirumurai, Tiruvasagam, Tiruvisaipa, Tirukovayar, Tirupallandu, Tirumandiram, Tirutondar Puranam, Tirumurai Pasuram, and Periya Puranam. Bhagavad Gita has inspired us to walk on the path of righteousness, which includes morality and ethics in our life. Some life lessons from Bhagavad Gita are: concentrate on your work, do your best, and do not worry about the results. Do not be afraid. Anger makes one deceptive. Do not doubt. Always keep control. Control your desires. Whatever happens, happens for good. Do not run away from your responsibilities. You are born empty-handed and will leave this Mother Earth empty-handed. Anger and greed leads to self-destruction. The conversation between Arjuna and Lord Krishna was just live the life, and that it is don't get worried about the productivity. Experience is a hard teacher. It gives the test first and the lessons later on. Life is wonderful if you know how to live. Neatly to say, if these principles and approaches are instilled in our education system, the result would inevitably be of a higher divinity of human beings in existence. I have this very famous quotation: any knowledge acquired, if it is not disseminated, is wasted knowledge. Before I conclude, let me leave you with this question to ponder. Are we human beings trying to get a spiritual experience? Are we human beings trying to get a spiritual experience, or are we spiritual beings trying to get human experience? With that note, I end my talk here. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Mr. Tyagarajan. I don't think I need to elaborate on what he said, because I think it's quite clear that in Hinduism, moral teaching, moral education is very much part of the teachings, and we can see that all the three speakers did not disagree on the fact that moral education is a very important part of their respective religions. Since we don't have a Muslim panelist, I think they had intended to invite, but I couldn't oblige. And since I'm a Muslim, I think I should share with you that also the Islam also agrees with what has been shared. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, once told his followers that he had been sent to perfect their character. Right? So if the messenger of God was sent to perfect the character, that means the entire religion's main purpose is to guide on good character. Right? But good character has a broad meaning. It also includes, in our case, because we believe in God, and so through some of the other religions, it also includes our conduct with God, as well as our conduct with others, and our responsibilities on ourselves. So all those are included, right, in having a good, if not perfect, character. Moral education is indeed, as shared by the other religious panelists, is indeed a very important part of the Muslim education of children. My only regret is I think the Muslim parents here are not teaching enough of what the religion wants them to teach their children, right? Otherwise, we would be seeing very, very good Muslims. But unfortunately, that is not the case. Brother Hanif is smiling. Okay. And also, we don't have a sixth speaker, so I can share with you, even though I'm not a Sikh, that our Sikh brothers and sisters also believe in the importance of good moral education, because their motto is truthful living is higher than the truth. Right? Yeah, everyone can talk about the truth. Talk is cheap. But to live by that truth that you talk about is what's most important. All right? And that's something that I very much appreciate from the Sikh religion. And hopefully we all also can take that as a guideline. Right? It is not wrong to take the good teachings of other religions. Right? Even if we as Muslims also, we are encouraged to follow the good teachings of other religions, as long as they don't go against our own teachings. You know how beautiful life can be when you have the resources of all the religions to make us better. Yeah, we have plenty of time for Q&A because we only have 3 panelists instead of the originally planned 4. Okay, so we invite questions from the audience. And if you have a question, you are encouraged to come to the center where there are 2 mics there to then speak out. Always as moderator, we always have to remind the members of the audience who come to the mic not to be another panelist and give long speeches or commentary, but to ask questions. But sometimes it is important to give a short background to your question, then it's acceptable. On the other hand, some may have questions, but they are shy to come to the mic. So for those people, you can write down your questions. And if you have a question to ask, you can put up your hands and one of the staff assistants will give you pen and pencil, I hope, so that you can write your question and then pass to me. So, okay, the floor is open for questions. You may direct your question to any one of the panelists or to all.
Yeah, good morning, brothers and sisters, and venerables and masters. My question is very simple. There are so many social problems in this modern era. How should we move from here? Thank you.
Anyone want to respond to that short comment? No? Yes or no? Want to comment? Want to respond? Okay.
I think we have moved, many of the younger generations have moved out from the parental guidance of the true parental guidance that we had been practicing. As you all know that we are from, there is always a generation gap between as the eras change from one era to another era. Children of the 60s were different from the 70s, 70s were different from 80s, and so on. So we have come to a stage where the technology world is in control of the minds of the younger generation. So today they do not need an advice from the parents. As we all know that many of the younger generation have this, everything that they seek for information or rather guidance is either from Google or either from their friends, which is either they are 5 years elder than them or 5 years younger than them. So they will ask and seek help and advice from this category. They have found, the younger generation has actually closed their ears to the elders especially. So as elders, when we speak, the younger generation tells this old man or this old lady has started. So the old people are actually, they are trying to share the experience with the younger generation so that they can have a better life of it. But unfortunately, because of this change of trend in their daily lives, they seek others, their handphone teaches them many things that you and I are not able to share. So I think we are, as the young children, the only thing that we have to teach them is probably to help, to listen to the elders. The powers of listening are the most important tool. It is said in Thirukkural, it said that you have to be a listener. If you do not listen, then the knowledge, you don't have to experience it, but only by listening, you will go into the next level of understanding about life and the other things that come in your life. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to add, I think for the social problem, we need to restore a functional family education because nowadays the parents, they are very busy seeking for wealth, and children basically they are being taken care by TV, social media, and one of the problems is also that parents also have lost the knowledge that should be passed down generation from generation. So maybe nowadays in a lot of the Pure Land society, we do have these Gui classes. So parents can send their children, or parents can go to the class, to these class together, so that they can learn these Gui together with their children. And that's all from me. Thank you.
As enumerated earlier, the whole demographics change over a period of time. Some things were held very sacredly within a particular social structure, what we call family and community. and there is aberration in that. There is a disruption in that. And so there is no natural process of that kind of learning that is passed from generation to generation, or mentoring where people can see and learn, so that social construct is disrupted. So the social problems are just an expression of this disruption in society. And so we have to find the locus in that. We have to find a center point where we can hold the community together. And of course, the highest thing that can hold the community together is virtues and values. And so maybe at some point in time, young people had thought, or as they pass from generation to generation, that parents are there only to teach them about life and about facts of life. And so that means it's just knowledge. But we have in the teachings of the Bible, especially when it comes to honoring father and mother, which is part of the 10 Commandments and which is again reiterated by Saint Paul, which says, you honor your father and mother so that you may have long life. And so that means if you want blessings, you have to honor father and mother. And I think that part of the long life is missing. And long life, actually, in Chinese culture, it means blessing, And so children can learn, can be skillful, can earn money and all those things, but you may not get blessings. Blessings you get from the generations that have begotten you, that brought you into the world. And so honoring them. So honoring is not just obeying them, it's also venerating them in a way. See? And so maybe this has to be, we have to bring this back into the center again, so that young people will understand the importance of honoring their parents. And then maybe we will be able to reconstruct the access by which, these social aberrations are there. It's just a manifestation of an inner problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Hello. Just before I like the sentence that you said that it's easy to say about the truth than to live truthfully. So I have a question. So normally people often have a fear that another people will evaluate ourselves. So do you have any advice to help people to overcome that fear, to live truthfully instead of like show up or live inside of our fear? Thank you.
Anyone want to respond?
Let me reiterate the questions, if I'm not wrong. So the question is how to live truthfully, so without scared of the judgmental of others. Yeah. All right. So for me, from the Buddhist perspective, so I think that we should know ourselves. We should love ourselves, and that we should know that we are pure, and we are sincere. The sincere love is within us. So we need to seek inside and not, seeking for any approval from others. And then when we know our value and self-worth, then we can live truthfully.
The question is about how we can live in truth. That means basically we have to feel that whatever we talk and say and do must be of truthful. Meaning whatever we say is others perceive it with much more respect. So when we say that we will do it, we must be able to honor it. Or when a situation comes, we have to say the truth of the matter. It may not be agreeable to some of them, maybe, but at least you are truthful to yourself. And when you speak with no fear or any favor. I think that is the best policy that you can stand up. So when people judge, they will say, this person, when we ask him a question, he will answer whatever that he feels from his heart, from his mind, and from his thoughts. And he says what he says is his view, and he stands by it. Therefore, at least you, to yourself, you are more truthful than for others to judge whether you're truthful or not. So the most important thing, you must respect yourself, you must respect the views that you want to say, and say it very truthfully from your heart without fear and favor.
The whole journey of spirituality is this: to know the truth and then to journey to live the truth. You see? And that's a journey. So in that journey, you have to overcome yourself, and then the perceptions that are put into our minds and the fears that are put into our mind. So when we become selfless in that sense, then we begin to totally live truthfully. Otherwise, we live in partial truthfulness, but that's the journey. And then as we go into the light, then the darkness will start dispelling from our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our time is up. Okay. The three panelists had been superb and they were all disciplined. None of them exceeded the 10 minutes. And that's one good indicator that they must have had a very good moral upbringing. Or, or just maybe it was because they were afraid of me. Anyway, I think they all deserve another big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you all for very, very good audience. And I pass over to our MC. Thank you.
We thank Dr. Amir for moderating and all speakers for taking part in plenary 1. We give them another big round of applause. And now, we are going to start the plenary 2. The topic is moral education from the youth and academic perspective. And our moderator, I have to once again reintroduce her. Just now, it had been done by Dr. Amir, but however, let me reintroduce her. She is Dr. Lee Chimei, who is currently the head of Program of Industrial Biotechnology Program in Faculty of Industrial Sciences and Technology, University Malaysia, Pahang. In 2018, Dr. Lee successfully completed her doctoral studies at the University of Cambridge, United Kingdom, under the sponsorship of Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education. Dr. Lee has been a practitioner of Pure Land Buddhism since her secondary school years, following the teachings of the Venerable Master Ching Kung. Her spiritual journey has greatly influenced her personal and professional life, guiding her in her pursuit of knowledge and compassion service to others. Let's welcome Dr. Lee.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So it's me again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mitofo. So I'm the moderator for this session, Moral Education from the Youth and Academic Perspective. So we have two panelists today. So let me invite the first panelist, Principal Song. Yes, Principal Song, please. So Principal Song Po Lan, a Pure Land Buddhism practitioner since 1997, introduced a non-religious based English 弟子规 courses to the participants from Indonesia, Burma, Australia, China, Taiwan, USA, UK, as well as in Malaysia, helping many individuals to attain happiness in their life and works. Most recently, Principal Songs and her team completed a family cultures in Happy Enterprise course for Indonesia entrepreneurs. This is a short introduction for Principal Songs. So a second panelist is Miss Lina. Yeah. Please welcome Miss Lina. So Miss Lina is a passionate youth advocate in Toowoomba region. So she was just recently been elected to represent the youth voice in Parliament as part of the Queensland's Youth Parliament. So she is a very active committee members and have been chosen as part of the Toowoomba Youth Peace Group to attend conferences in Singapore and Malaysia. Okay, so she is also the founder of a social enterprise called the Strive Connecting, helping to start the conversation on racism and helping to educate young people about the issue in the community in Australia and internationally. So she is currently studying in the Fairholme College, grade 11, and involved in school advocating for education for disadvantaged youth and student agency. So welcome, Ms. Lina. And our third panel is the Professor Dr. Phyllis Chew. Very welcome, Prof. So Prof. Phyllis Chew is an international researcher on comparative religion. So she was the Fulbright visiting researcher to Harvard Divinity School in 2010. And in 2012, she was United Kingdom Liverpool visiting professor, visiting Surrey UK University to lecture on the linguistic potential of interfaith harmony. And her publications include Chinese religion and the Baha'i faith and the Muslim educations in the 21st century and the Asian perspective. She's currently the Vice President of the Center of Interfaith Understanding. So we're honored. We have three panelists today to discuss the moral educations from the youth and academic perspective. So each of the panelists will be like the last session. You will have 10 minutes. So let's start with Principal Song. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Very fine good afternoon to venerables, to the president of Buddhist Vihara Brickfields, and to Dr. Amil, who has turned to be a very authoritative looking person, man from even 20 years ago when I first knew him. And thank you for fellow Pure Land Buddhist practitioners and also our friends from Australia. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to late Master Ching Kung, because Master Ching Kung always created opportunities for interfaith to meet and talk. And Master Ching Kung also was the one person who inspired us to want to have the mission to set up a site that can become role model for harmonious, multi-faith, multicultural township, such as Toowoomba, and a model, multicultural, multi-faith country. And he was actually looking at Sri Lanka at that point, and also establish the Han Studies Institute so that we can acquire knowledge that can put ethics into action. And I came here and I met a lot of old friends, some way back 20 years ago, and also met my student who was studying with me when she was 10 years old. Now she is 30 years old now. And I asked her, how do I put all these years of my encounters with young people into 10 minutes? She said, teacher, looks into your soul, 找你的灵魂啊。她说，老师，你要找灵魂，跟我们对话。Now, of course, as speaker, we always want to get a lot of knowledge. We tend to overdone our kind of slides. Huh? So I'm going to have my slides on the screen. But I found that it is true. When you speak from your heart, the audience listened. It's not about how much knowledge. The Indonesian entrepreneurs, they were from directors, senior managers, from office all the way to kebun. That means to the estate. They were from one of the largest palm oil plantation company in Indonesia, and also a steel company from Indonesia. And at the beginning, they came because the bosses asked them to, and the directors were curious. By the end of the course, they all said this, you know, in actual fact, I can't change other people. It's very difficult to change other people. I have to change myself. If I can change myself, I can change the others. Because not others have changed, but I have changed. If we come in here, we go to the reception, and if we find that, or if we perceive the receptionist as being unfriendly or disrespectful, don't point our fingers at that person first, but look at ourselves. Maybe because of my own disposure was not that polite. And once you change that, all the words that you come out become friendly. You start to think about solution. So what is the role of a leader? The role of the leader is not to do everyday job, very tiny job, micromanagement. It's about clearing the path. To clear the path, we need wisdom. So when we said the young people, they're very arrogant. They're very extravagant. Spend. You know, I heard that one of the concerts by a popular singer in Singapore, my friend's daughter bought a ticket, and it's not the front seat. It cost her over 1,000 Sing dollars. To me, it's unimaginable. Why would you spend that much money on one ticket? You're not even, you know, sitting at the front. You're only seeing a glimpse of that person. But it seems like they have the money, they don't care, they overindulge in sensual pleasure, and they are not hardworking. It seems that young people are like that. But after we encounter with them, we found that they're actually not like that. They call pressure. Living in today's world, when everything is fast and fast and fast, they have to face a lot of pressure. In the formula, In this formula, pressure is equal to force over an exerted area. So when the exerted area is smaller, the pressure is bigger. Because they're being sort of streamlined into a small space, which they thought is big because they thought they can get everything from the internet. But in actual fact, their world is getting smaller. They can't even talk to the person sitting next to them. But they can talk, they can communicate over social media. So in our journey, the Malaysian Han Studies has a school. It's like a tuition school for morality. We are supplementing the normal school to have more opportunities for people to come in, irrespective of religions and culture and skin colors, where we all can sit together and talk what is truly in our heart. So if we can let the area become larger, the same amount of force will be dispersed. That means if they can see things from the other's perspective, they'll be able to withstand the so-called force exerted on them in life. So in our school, I'm very glad to hear about the education should start from young age. In March this year, Malaysian Han Studies, the Mahans International Primary School, has officially got the approval to start its international school program. And thank you to Madam Alice Wong, who all these years stand beside us, because it is not easy. It is really not easy, especially it's an international program where English is the primary language. So in the academic, then what is the content of what we teach our children all the way from 3 years old to 12 in the primary school? And in our Mahan school, where we offer community courses free of charge, that's also something unimaginable for people. Yes, we offer community courses free of charge to our communities. Education starts from the root. We have to build the character. What we see today as a personality is stemmed from the root. So 教育, we return to the Chinese ancient text. Once again, very thankful to Master Cheng Kong. In Hong Kong, I remember he was receiving guests from the UK, Professor Hughes at that time, and also some American guests at other times. He pointed at the stack of sutras and the literature that was placed on the table. He said, I have spent a lot of money in printing these books. They're classical Chinese. Okay? However, if we don't have people who can understand the language, who cannot comprehend the text, and also be able to tell people all the wisdoms that are stored in this text, they are just a stack of waste papers. It has no use at all. So he wants to have individuals who are willing to step out, to come out and learn and to teach. Because teach is not just teaching, it's also including, okay, you have to be a role model. Then you have to teach and also guide. The radical on the right, on the first letter, 教, is a hand. It's this hand. That means you don't just teach, talk, preach. You also have to supervise. Day to day, from time to time, we keep in touch with these people, adults or young people. They love to learn, but they don't know how to express themselves. They are so lack of love. They want that love. That's why we need nurturing. Nurturing, to care about them, to really listen to them, to let them understand that our destiny lies in our thought. I'm very thankful for the audio. Next, please. Don't panic. 不要紧张，不要紧张哈，再按2下就到了哈。Okay. Then it's all stem from our thoughts, and counter thoughts with the actions and the habits and character, and finally it will shape our destiny. And this destiny, actually, the journey begins with our family. Why family? Because it is the first social circle that we're going to learn how to deal with people. How do we love other people unconditionally? Can we solve issues with brothers and sisters? How can we extend this unconditional love to the other people? So in the 3 character classics, it was said that all humans are born innately good. They acquire bad habits will cause us to lose touch with our genuine goodness. 三字经说：“人之初，性本善，性相近，习相远。”所以相信人是可以教得好的。And what do the Chinese text, the literature teach people? 关系 relationship. Confucianism teaches human to human relationship. Taoism teaches human to nature relationship. And Buddhism teaches human to spiritual relationship. And therefore, in the Chinese civilization, in all the Chinese literature that we're going to impart and later on translate into other languages, will contain these elements. And yin yang, thank you to the doctor who talked about the yin yang, was also in the Indian scripture, that relationships being interactive and not have to be confrontational. I was in Vatican, they asked me, how do you solve your problem? And so I have a problem, institutional changes and so on. I said, no, we need to talk. They couldn't understand what I was talking about. I said, we need to talk. We need to have a dialogue. We need to communicate and not just force other people to undertake institutional changes. So we urge our children, the young people from 3 years old all the way to up. Yes, our 3 years old wash toilets, mop the floor, not using mop, but using their bare hands. So welcome all of you to come to Malaysian Hand Studies to see the little kids in the little toilets. They wash the dishes, they bow to the friends and so on. We want to have a life planning. That childhood accumulate merits, middle age adding values for others, and in the old age, then they are very valuable by the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Songs. So I couldn't agree more with Principal Songs. So nowadays, the youth has lost the connections with peoples, with natures. So they feel very isolated. So they are hungry for moral educations, but they couldn't get, some things. Nowadays, we have lost good moral education. So I'm very happy to see the Malaysian Han Studies have a very good structures, very practicals, moral educations. Okay, so thanks again, Principal Songs. So now let's move on to the next speaker, Miss Lina Nabizada. Am I correct? Thank you. So yeah, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how honoured I am today here to represent Australia and Toowoomba back home, as well as Pure Land Learning and the youth group I'm part of, as well as how privileged I am today to be in a panel with such incredible and inspiring women. So I wanted to start a little bit about my personal life. So I'm a young Muslim woman, and I guess I grew up in a household where my parents would teach me values and morals and all the teachings of Islam. And so I grew up with all of that. But I feel like for me, there was a turning point where rather than taking my parents' values and morals, I started learning about myself and developing my own values and morals. So that happened back in grade 5. I used to go to the library quite a bit and read. And I started going to this one section in the library. It was just like international section. And as soon as I started discovering that section in the library, it was all about different religions and different cultures. And I feel like for me, that was just something that excited me so much. And I guess my passion for different religions and learning about how our world works in that way, it started then. And I started learning about Islam and the reason behind all the things we do. So our prayers and all the stories that my mum used to tell me about our prophets. And it kind of made me think within myself and start kind of creating my own values and morals through that. And I guess going through high school as well, now I'm in grade 11, I've grown in myself. And I guess I can never say I'm a perfect Muslim because I'm always learning every day. I'm always growing and becoming, and I hope to become a better Muslim every day and learn more and more from the many people I meet. And so going through high school, a lot of the time I was just focused in myself. But then it came to like kind of grade 9 and stuff where I started making these discussions, and especially through the youth work I do, I meet many people from different faiths and different backgrounds. And I started talking to them, and they had similar values to me. But then when I went back to school, it was very different. The discussion about morals and ethics was very much something that was considered very boring in school. I couldn't talk to my friends about it because it was something that wasn't considered cool and stuff. And I guess even in classrooms, I kind of expected that by the older we get, that we'd be taught morals and ethics in classrooms. But I feel like that's one of the main issues as well. When I was thinking about what I was going to talk about today, was the fact that back in Australia, a lot of times with kind of thought that life will just happen and things will just come along, and it's quite relaxed in the sense that we're not kind of taught in classrooms the fact that, you know, there's more to just maths and science, and there's more to life. There is, you know, our jobs, our purpose in life. And so I kind of struggled with that. And like I was talking to my head of senior, and they were talking about how this is just something that's so new, you know. A lot of times we just teach students the fact that, you know, life just goes on and things just come along. So then it came to grade 10, and sadly there was just like that one little unit about morals and ethics. And even during then, like I could see the fact that no one in the class was engaging in the conversations and discussions, which kind of made me sad as well. And kind of made me think how, well, it made me very surprised the fact that, you know, for me, I grew up with all these values, and I had all these resources and things like that that I could use. My parents, the many people I know about morals and how I should go about life, and the fact that all these young people around me weren't very interested kind of made me concerned as well. And I guess for me, as the other panelists have talked about today, is a big part of that is definitely social media. There is so much pressure for young people to be a certain way. There's a standard, you know, especially with social media, it's the sense of trends and things like that that are more interesting for young people, more captivating, rather than, you know, thinking about your life values and things like that. So I guess thinking about that issue through a lot of the youth work I do, I went back to that, and I guess I kind of wanted to see if this is this just a problem in my school, or is this a problem for a lot of young people? So I went in the community, I had some discussions, and I saw that the issue is quite worldwide as well, but I'm only here today to talk about Australia. And even out in the community, I heard that young people have this sense of peer pressure where they can't actually think about things like this because it's not considered trendy or popular. So now I was like, you know, this is a big issue that we do need to fix. And when I was thinking about this speech, I was like, how are some ways that we can, you know, implement or change this? I feel like a big part for Australia would be is definitely making part of the curricula, teaching young people about morals and ethics, because I feel like it's so important. It's more than just, you know, the classroom work that we're learning. It's about the life experiences, the purpose that that child grows up with. And when I was talking to a lot of the young people, they were, you know, disinterested. But over the years, I've also talked to older people with who do talk to me about all the experiences through my volunteering. And I was talking about this because I volunteer with Oz Harvest, and I was talking to this one volunteer, and he was telling me about how his biggest regret was the fact that in grade 11 and 12, he wasn't, well, even throughout his whole schooling career, he wasn't taught about, you know, how to grow morals or how to develop as a young person or learn about yourself. And he said that affected me so much in life because I didn't actually have a pathway or like a place where I wanted to go. So kind of he told me about how, you know, he made choices that he regrets very, very badly in grade, you know, when he got older, and then after school, he made even more bad choices, and then he kind of felt lost in life. And that kind of made me think, I was like, you know, if we do started young people would, you know, not need to make choices that, or decisions that they'll regret later in life. So, some ways I think that the government, the community can best help young people is definitely making it part of the curricula. So teaching young people, even I was surprised, like even in my school, many schools around Australia, philosophy is not even a subject. And it's such an interesting topic, but I feel like even cultivating that culture of it's okay to talk about self-development as young people. It's okay to talk about, you know, have deep conversations about philosophy and our morals and ethics and religion as well. And just something else as well. I feel like you don't have to have a religion to have morals and ethics and values. You can be a great person, not be following a religion. And that's another misconception as well. I believe as part of Youth Parliament, obviously, I do have a bit of a say because we do create bills and things like that. And that's been something I've been trying to talk about local members of Parliament on how to best implement this. But I think it's more of a future plan where I hopefully will be discussing more with members of Parliament and communities to help put it in the Australian curricula, teaching young people self-development. The importance is just over the roof, and I feel like a lot of young people have asked for feedback, and they're like, they sound very interested. You know, they sound hopeful that at least you know, the next generation will be able to learn about all these new things. And I feel like even as smaller communities, we can, you know, teach our young people because even in my community, I'm Afghan originally from Afghanistan, and I feel like in my community I've been trying very hard to get the youth together. But I feel like definitely if we, even in our own cultural groups or religious groups, if we get our youth together and we really have these discussions, I feel like they would, you know, start to have this interest in it. Because I feel like for me, a big thing that I was surprised about is because back in Afghanistan, obviously, I was a lot younger when I moved here, but I obviously knew the issue. A big issue was resources. You know, there's no resources, and there's not much access that we have to things besides our family and like schools and things like that. But here, there's so much. But it's online. There's classes, there's so many resources that we can use. And if we really do use the resources we have, we can really encourage our youth in our communities to start thinking about these things. And then thirdly, in families, I feel like it's also very, very important that parents start these discussions a lot younger. I know previously in the panel, they also talked about how family dynamics have changed, where parents are very busy and they're outside the house. And I feel like I see that a lot in a lot of my families in my school. Well, a lot of my friends are like, I don't see my parents at all, or I don't get to actually talk to them. I feel like for me, that's been a big part of. I have a lot of younger siblings at home, and I feel like for me, I take family very importantly, and having these open discussions at home for my younger siblings to hear and like even get involved with, I find that very, very important. And I feel like those are just the three sections that we can really start creating some change. And I feel like even like I'm here today to represent youth, and I don't want to be here to be attacking a lot of young people. But I feel like even when I was writing the speech, I was struggling whether to, you know, really bring out the perspective of the young people. But I was like, I have to come here today to really tell the truth, you know, because I feel like it's important to start these discussions. We really do need to start teaching young people that there's more to social media, or there's more to just liking and commenting on a post about something that isn't particularly real either. And I feel like it could also start with every one of us as well, starting these discussions. I feel like conferences and a lot of the youth work that I did start came from my passion for, you know, really advocating and being a voice for young people. And I guess my self-development journey also started through my religion since grade 5, and I've really been passionate through this. And having the opportunity to come to conferences back in Toowoomba, in Brisbane, and a lot of the different conferences I go to, it's really, really interesting, and I'm really honored and privileged to talk to young people and older people and get all of their perspectives, and very important. And I feel like there before I came to Malaysia a few days ago, I was actually in a leadership camp, and we had this psychologist. She was absolutely amazing, very, very inspiring woman. And she was talking about sliding doors, and it's a really interesting concept that I liked. It was about like these different how every choice that we make, it doesn't only impact you or your life, it impacts every other person around you or different situations. And I feel like that was something very, very important that I took with me from that discussion. And even there, I saw a lot of I saw a lot of my classmates just very disengaged. And so I look forward to, working hard and in my community. And I encourage you all to, think of ways and use your resources and come together as a community to help implement different ways for young people to really grow in themselves, start their self-development journey, and really learn from each other. Because I feel like every single person has something important to contribute in this world. And I feel like the more we teach young people and give them the resources, they can start their life and have a very purposeful life as well. Sadly, a lot of young people feel very lost as well, even now in school or later in university. And when I put myself in the perspective of a young person who's lost, it's not the greatest, and I feel like they look for a helping hand. And if we can be a helping hand, whether it's just talking, or whether going home and just talking to your children at home, or going to your community and giving back and talking to them about things that are available and starting a change, or it's more globally and internationally, like conferences like this, spreading your voice and being a voice, very, very important. And I wanted to just end today with saying a little quote that I like by Franklin D. Roosevelt. And it's, we can't build the future for our youth, we can build our youth for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Lena, for sharing your challenges in your journey, seeking values and belief for self-development. So I can certainly relate, because in the university that I'm teaching, I can see the rising of mental health issues, and the students have lost motivation to learn. So some parents, they will come to the university, and we will help them together with the counselor. So I can see that this problem has become more and more serious. Okay, so thank you, Miss Lena. So let's now invite our third panel, Professor Dr. Phyllis Chew, to share her insight on this topic. Please join me in welcoming Prof. Chew.
Thank you. And with youths like Miss Lena, I think our future is in safe hands. Dear friends, I speak to you as a colleague, also as a Singaporean who has worked with the Ministry of Education Singapore as a consultant, as a teacher educator for the last 40 years. I also speak to you as a member of the Baha'i faith in Singapore. I would like to talk to you from these perspectives. I have about maybe 5 points so that you can easily remember them. The first one is this, that I agree with Principal Song and with the rest of you that moral education is the foundation, the root, as Principal Song has said, the root of everything. It is no point to have a very good education, to be so good in the sciences, to be so good in the arts, when your character is corrupt. It is better then for you not to be well read, not to be literate, but you have a good character, you can be helpful to society. Which one is more important? We must, as Confucius says, differentiate the root from the branch. The root is the character. And in Singapore, we start our moral education from kindergarten. Moral education is compulsory from primary school. But Singapore is a secular state. Therefore, we do not talk about religious education because religion is not known, very sadly, is not known for uniting us. It is known instead for dividing us, for causing hatred, for causing wars. So we do not say religious education. We say moral education. We say the teaching of values. We say the teaching of virtues. Why? Because values and virtues are neutral words. And we know that virtues are the link between the great religions. They are the silver thread that links the great faiths in the world. Nobody can dispute them. Nobody can say that filial piety is bad. Nobody can say that responsibility is wrong. Every religion teaches love. Every religion teaches respect, compassion, responsibility, integrity, kindness, helpfulness. Tell me, which religion does not teach that? Therefore, we do not use the word religion because religion causes fire and hatred in the hearts of people. We use words like kindness, helpfulness, responsibility, integrity, self-discipline, confidence, filial piety, respect. Because these words are the words that religion teaches us. So this, we start with secular education, and we use words which are values, which are virtues, and we know that character is the basis of everything. Okay, these words are the words we sing in the campfire. These words are the words that we find in the great classics. How can we go wrong? These words is as old as the trees, as the mountain. These words are not new. It is not new ideas. It is old. It is the words of Confucius, of Socrates, of Zoroaster, of Muhammad, of Jesus. You know, it is as old as the trees. Nobody can dispute them. So we teach these from 4 years old right up the whole of primary school. And we teach this as the foundation. And after we have taught this, we say, now that you know the foundation, you must now learn the arts and the sciences. You must learn a trade. Okay, you can be a scientist, an engineer, anything you want, but whatever you do, it must be relevant. It must be pragmatic. It must be useful to people in the world. What good is it if you learn something that begins with words and ends with words? Let our actions speak louder than words, and teach this to our children, that they may learn a useful trade that can be useful to everyone, and yet have the good character to carry it out. Because if you are a fantastic scientist, fantastic artificial intelligence, but you don't have character traits like responsibility, like trustworthiness, like integrity, do you think you can succeed in life? You can't. So these two things must go together, a spiritual and a profession. That's number one. Number two, there should be universal education. It is compulsory. So if you don't put your child in school, you will have a knock by the Ministry of Social Welfare and say, how come your child is not in school? Every child must be literate. We are not concerned with equality. We are concerned with equity. There should be a level playing field. Okay, and the level playing field means that everyone should be literate. And when I say everyone, I mean every boy and girl. When I was listening to her testimony, I was impressed. She's from Afghanistan. Can you imagine? Many women in Afghanistan are not allowed to go to school. Look at the talent that is wasted. Look at how wonderful if you can educate a girl, you know. Look at the enormous potential, you know. So men and women must be educated. Similarly, you cannot say, girls, you go and learn domestic science, and boys, you go and learn physics. Wrong. We have the same curriculum until later years, and you can select later. But for the core curriculum, all must be the same. So for the past 20 years in Singapore University, graduates who are women have been more than graduates who are men. Because women, as we know, they do very well, okay, in examinations. Maybe, and this is just a joke, maybe that's why they've been kept down. Because if you let them rise up, they'll do better than you. Maybe that's just a joke. Huh? But this means that literacy is therefore not a monopoly as it was in the past. Literacy is no longer a monopoly of the priesthood, no longer a monopoly of the scholars, because literacy is for everyone. And that's why the prestige of academics like myself, or even of priests, have gone down. Why? Because everybody can read the sacred text, not just you. Everybody can have their interpretation, not just you. You're not just the only one, right? Yeah. So we're talking about equity now. This is the new world. Equity, not equality. And everybody can read. Okay? All right, that's number 2. Number 3, language is very important today. Okay, in this age, which is volatile, which is complex, which is ambiguous, the VUCA world, you need to learn a world language. And nobody knows this better than a Singaporean. All right? So we have in Singapore the teaching of English, the key to the West. And we have the teaching of Mandarin, the key to the East. So with these 2 keys, you can go everywhere. And in fact, we are asked, please leave the country, Singaporeans. You got to get out because we're very, very small. Okay, and the world is out there. And with these 2 languages, you are equipped because they are number 1 and 2. We have nothing against the other 3,000 languages. It's just that we don't want to learn number 730 and number 1,231. It's hard for us. It's hard for us. We don't want to learn number 40 and number 13. It's hard for us. We want to learn number 1 and 2 because we know that today the world is one country and mankind, its citizens. We can't run away from that. This is a global world. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have another 3 minutes. I need to be obedient, which is a virtue. And the next one is reflection. And I see in this youth a lot of reflection. She's been reflecting about what are the youths in Singapore, what is her life goal. And I remember a quote from the Quran, or shall we say, from the Hadith. It says that 1 hour of reflection is preferable to 70 years of pious worship. If only people could reflect for 1 hour rather than study and kneel down in prayer for 70 years, I think the world will be a better place. Because if you just reflect, you would have the great purpose and vision that our young people have. Miss Lena. Okay. And I come to the last point, which is 1 minute left. And that is that we need to respect our teachers. And I like to say that as a Singaporean, I work as a teacher trainer in the National Institute of Education. And I've written the textbooks for the Singapore schools. I can say that teachers in Singapore have a good life. They are the second highest paid in the world. Come to Singapore and be a teacher. But of course, you would prefer to go to the highest paid, which is Hong Kong. Okay, but Singapore is the second highest paid in the world. So we are very happy. But the thing is, why do I say that? It's because if you respect a teacher and you pay her highly, she teaches well. She doesn't have to have a part-time job. All right? She is respected. She understands that, it's not just knowledge. Knowledge is free. Everywhere there's knowledge. It's understanding that is important. It's not just intelligence. We don't care about intelligence today. It's wisdom that is more important. All right? And as a principal song says, a good teacher speaks from the heart. This is from principal song. A good teacher does not speak from behind the desk. All right? And let me add something to close this because it's exactly 10 minutes, yeah? And Singaporean must be right to the dot, otherwise we will have to pay a fine of $50. And let me just say this, that, as teachers, we must always light the fire. We must not just fill the pail with water. We must light the fire. We must inspire. We must motivate. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chew, for your very clear and insightful sharing. So as the time is running, I would like to invite the audience for some questions. So any question from the floors? Yes, there's a question. Please.
Moral education of youth extend out of school, especially for those who have missed out on those values and that education from school that wasn't taught?
It's a great question, Karina. Well, if they're still in school, I believe something that's missing in Australia is actually like youth discussions outside. Like for me, through a lot of the youth advocacy I do, I'm organizing events and different workshops, but a lot of times you see similar youth. It's the same young people who, the same 5 young people who are really interested, and then a lot of, then everyone else is just delegates, young, a lot of them are like older professors and inspiring people, but we need more young people actually in those discussions. So encouraging young people to come to those workshops and events locally would be my biggest suggestion. As well as a community, I feel like if we do encourage our young people and really do directly talk to them about the benefits of these, it will be very, very important. And definitely organizing more. I look forward to, thinking more about, giving moral education for young people, especially if the government doesn't take action. I feel like it's very important for us as young people as well, like yourselves, Karina, to take action in our communities and do create those workshops and resources.
Thank you.
So I'd like to invite other panel to also add on these questions.
Thank you, Prof. Lee. Thank you for your question. I also have a question. All the while I've been hearing young people. I think we need adults to clear the path for young people. So what is the role of your parents in encouraging young people to be able to sit together and talk? Because we have 2 levels, right? One is the communal levels. One is the institutional level that involves the government. So I'd like to know what are the parents and the adults doing in this aspect.
For sure. As I said before, just briefly, family is definitely very important. I feel like creating a very safe space for young people and families are very important. I feel like a lot of times young people do look at social media as the inspirational, not great role models and the inspiration because they don't see a role model at home. I feel like if there is a good family dynamic at home where young people feel safe to express themselves, to grow, and to truly have their values and have their parent actually listen to them. I feel like a lot of times, obviously, I guess as a young person advocating, I do get heard. My voice is being heard. But I feel like a lot of young people are probably silenced at home, or they're not really involved in discussions because they have this sense of, especially after 16, young people have this pressure to act like an adult, but they're not, they're not allowed to engage in adult conversations and adult topics. So I feel like if there is definitely discussions at home, with parents being open, being respectful, and really considering what their youth at home are saying.
Thank you. So, yeah, there's another question, please.
Hello. My question goes to any of those panels. The virtual world is slowly coming into our corridors. In fact, it's inside our corridor already. And one of the speakers just mentioned that we must hone our wisdom more than our intelligence. The virtual world is artificial intelligence, AI. So what do you think about the AI coming into our world? In fact, to our children education, is it detrimental to our education? Because AI is fantastic, it's coming very fast. So what do our educationists think about this towards the education of youth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Any panel?
Artificial intelligence, that's the buzzword in the last month. Okay, now, artificial intelligence is a neutral tool, just like the computer, science, physics. It's just like a knife. It's neutral. It's how you use it. It's definitely here to stay. Data analytics is very, very big now. The computer knows more about you through data analytics than you know about yourself. My handphone tells me what to eat. They tell me what restaurant to go. They tell me where to go. They tell me what music to listen to. They know me. You know why? Because everything I type, they remember, right? So they know me better than myself. Okay? And they will begin to know me better and better. They will know more about myself than I know about myself. So it's here to stay. Therefore, character education becomes very important because AI is neutral. It's neutral, it's just like a knife. A knife can be used to kill someone bad. It can also be used to do good things, cook food, prepare food, right? It's a neutral instrument, okay? It's neutral. But do you have that moral capacity to use it well for the betterment of the world? Or are you going to use it to cheat people, to scam people, to fool people, to control people, to have power over people? So, do you have that capacity to be able to use such a powerful tool? I can say that the world is way behind. It's just like nuclear power. Is it good or bad? It's neutral. Nuclear power can be used to help. Cheap electricity can be used for many good things. But if you don't have that moral capacity, you will use it to kill all of us. All right? So you can have great science, but make sure you have the character to balance up with that great science that you create. Otherwise, that great science will destroy you.
I just wanted to add a little bit to it. AI is definitely a tool. And as Professor said, if we use it right, it's definitely very important. And I'm very excited to see where AI actually goes in the future. There's a big future for it. But I feel like an issue at the moment, actually in discussion everywhere, is ChatGPT, and that being used in schools and for essays and things like that, which is quite an issue. But I feel like that is just with governments and schools using regulations to help make sure that that education is received to young people. But also I feel like, as a side note, AI, as much as it can be so intelligent and remembers everything about us and can know more than how much we know about ourselves, I feel like AI can never really understand someone in terms of like their morals and ethics. AI is almost like a robot or a machine. They can never have morals and values. So I feel like that human connection is very important, and it will definitely last forever. So if we yeah, definitely. AI can never take the place of a human. I don't think there's many professions that are being taken over that are being taken over by robots and AI. But I feel like there's human interaction. There's these discussions that we have. This all our backgrounds and these special stories that we share every day. I will never be able to take.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chiu and Miss Lina, for your answer. So, yeah, sure. Very short one.
Really short. I think AI can replace jobs that humans don't want to do. We need humans as an intelligent individual to make judgment. I remember Cheng De Fa Shi, before he was ordained as a monk, he was Cai Lao Shi. One of the things that really impressed me was when he asked us, he said, life is like a game of chess. How are you going to play it? Every piece of chess is important, even though there are different positions. But how do you make the choices? So he asked us to think about this. And in fact, think about life is about making choices. That is why ethics and morals education is so important. That's the bottom line. Are we teaching the children from young age to adult the values of benevolence? Don't be selfish. The values of righteousness. Do what is right. When you see somebody getting bullied, do something. Don't just stand there and just cheer or be fearful, okay? And then propriety, manners, etiquette, protocols, the things like the code of conduct, how we should treat people, and intelligence. Intelligence actually is still important. Okay, because we do need some know-how, because our experience is limited, our scope is limited, we learn to learn. That's why in China you have 读书. My mom always said, 你要读书, you have to read good books, okay? And also, like when you have the judgment, you can compare. Lastly, trustworthiness. Are we teaching people to be trustworthy? So these are the values which are essentials in our moral education so that our children and adults can make sensible choices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking all the panels for their very valuable sharings on the moral educations from the youth and academic perspective. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Dr. Lee, and all panelists. Thank you. Thank you. And now, are we hungry for food? Okay, once again, brothers and sisters, now is lunch hour. We're going to adjourn our lunch at behind of the hall just now, yeah? And we will be back here before
As a Buddhist leader, his popularity is unmatched.
And of course, his character, he has very great charisma. He really appeals to people. He's friendly, he's approachable. He's also very compassionate. He's very kind to people. Anyone can just walk to his room at any time. Even now you can see he can just walk to his room at any time. Even animals go to his room.
We treat him as if like he is.
As a Buddhist leader, his popularity is unmatched.
And of course, his character, he has very great charisma. He really appeals to people. He's friendly, he's approachable. He's also very compassionate. He's very kind to people.
As a Buddhist leader, his popularity is unmatched.
And of course, his character, he has very great charisma. He really appeals to people. He's friendly, he's approachable. He's also very compassionate. He's very kind to people. And anyone can just walk to his room at any time. Even now you can see, you can just walk to his room at any time. Even animals go into his room.
We treat him as if like he is our altar father, you know. And we practically grew up with him. Many of us, when we first came to KL to join our universities, we actually met him and treat him as if like he's our guide and guardian.
The chief realizes that the future of Malaysian Buddhism lies in the hands of the youth.
Chief has been instrumental in actually going to all the campus and then giving talks and especially leading the groups in discussion. So most of the Buddhists that you see today who are active leaders in this country, they're actually all from this batch of people who have actually learned Buddhism from the chief.
Malaysia is the only country where youths are very active to organize religious activities and to promote Buddhism. As Buddhists, we have to do only three things. Keep away from bad, evil, wicked, cruel, dangerous things. Do some service to others to contribute something to relieve their suffering and some service. Try to develop.
As a Buddhist leader, his popularity is unmatched.
And of course, his character, he has very great charisma. He really appeals to people. He's friendly, he's approachable. He's also very compassionate. He's very kind to people. And anyone can just walk to his room at any time. Even now you can see, you can just walk to his room at any time. Even animals go into his room.
We treat him as if like he is our altar father, you know. And we practically grew up with him. Many of us, when we first came to KL to join our university,
看到许许多多的宗教里面的论述，爱心能化解灾难的，要发扬我们的爱心。那么我们就希望宗教真正能够肩负起这个使命。宗教不但要团结，要互相合作，希望更能够互相学习，把佛的慈悲心，我们佛门弟子，都能够落实在生活当中，落实在工作，落实在处事待人接物。由我们宗教拓开心量，宗教真的是一家。宗教里面都叫人做好事，能够帮助全世界化解灾难。纵然不能化解，我们相信一定能够减轻灾难，全世界人都受益。年岁大了，一心念佛。你要是想我， 你就念阿弥陀佛就好了。啊，我也念佛，我们心心就相应了。
The topic is investing in peace to create a common dream. And the moderator is Brother Po Wei Fa. Oh, I just received a message. So now the moderator is Brother Prem. So without further ado, let us welcome Brother Prem to the stage.
Good afternoon. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch and remembering our masters. It was good, isn't it? I'm not poor. So anyway, Malaysia was at one time the greatest producer of rubber. We all learned how to be flexible. You know, that's where we stretch ourselves so that we bring the best to the audience who have come in expectation of great things. Now, it gives me great pleasure to invite our panelists on stage. First, I would like to invite Dr. Ahmad Badri Abdullah to the stage. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Scott Memgrat. And Mr. Michael Curtil. I've got a whole dossier of experience of Dr. Ahmad Badri. No, he asked me to. I've met Dr. Badri, got acquainted to him about a year ago at IIS, Islamic Accreditation Institute, isn't it? Advanced Institute of Learning, yeah? Education, academic qualifications, he's expert in fiqh and usul al-fiqh from the Academy of Islamic Studies, University of Malaya, Bachelor of Sharia, Department of Fiqh and Usul, again at the University of Malaya, and the Foundation of Sharia. Working experience, Associate Research Fellow. Oh, the list goes on. And definitely give a round of applause to our very distinguished Dr. Ahmad Badri. Our next speaker, and we'll go in this order, is Mr. Scott McGrath. Is the current chairperson of the Toowoomba Goodwill Committee. He is a sergeant at the Queensland Police Service. So please make sure that you all are and has over 30 years of policing experience. And I don't think he is policing us here today, yeah? He is married and has 4 children. He has received several government and non-governmental government awards for service and support of local communities. Give a round of applause to Mr. Scott McGrath. Next, we have Mr. Michael Curtil, who is a research academic. He is the director of a community research center at the University of Queensland and held a professorial research chair in community development. His participation research approach works with communities to help them address their challenges and aspirations. He has published extensively in areas such as community capacity building, social sustainability, and community resilience. A big round of applause to Mr. Michael, please. With that, we are at 1:17. And I will now invite Dr. Badri to share his views on the topic given. Dr. Badri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Prem. Thank you, everybody, for your invitation for me to attend this very auspicious event and conference. My name is Badri Abdullah. Actually, I am currently the Deputy CEO of a think tank called the International Institute of Advanced Islamic Studies that is based in Kuala Lumpur. It is actually a think tank established by the former Prime Minister Tun Abdullah Ahmad Badawi to promote the idea of civilizational Islam or Islam Hadari by that time in 2008. Currently, I am the Deputy CEO, and we just got a new mandate from our Prime Minister, our current Prime Minister, that our institute is going to cater on the global affairs of Muslim societies all over the world. So I am quite close to Mr. Prem. He is a very instrumental person in an association or NGO called Harmony Malaysia. Maybe you know about it. And our institute is very close to Harmony Malaysia, and we organized several conferences and forums last time discussing about the issue of social harmony and social peace in Malaysia. And Mr. Prem also helped our institute to establish a conference with the Selangor State of Government that we call it the Interface Conference, Selangor Interface Conference. The first chapter, the first time and the second time last 2 years, by the way. So, and our institute, even though we are an Islamic institute, but we are committed to interfaith and interreligious and interracial dialogue to pursue the objective of social harmony. So as we are speaking about peace today, I would like to talk about a concept that is called positive peace. That is, as a think tank, that is someone that is working in a think tank. This concept, has intrigued me for quite some time, several years. Actually, there are a report, a global report or global index on positive peace that have been coming out since 2009. So, what is positive peace? By the way, it is actually attitudes or institution structures that create and sustain peaceful society. So positive peace focuses away from the negative element as it describes necessary condition to achieve peace. The study of conflict is not the same from the study of peace. This is their thesis. Peace is more from the absence of violence and conflicts. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the tipping point of the global risk, economically, environmentally, and so on and so forth. I think I have read an article published by the Guardian that that mentioned that the planet has just reached 1.5 degree increase in the global temperature. Just I think at the end of June, last June. So 1.5 increase of temperature is the highest increase in temperature of our planet since 172 years ago, since the beginning of the industrial world. So we are at the tipping point of the climate change and global crisis, and hence we are experiencing the price hike of food, the issue of food crisis and inflation. And if you know, inflation in Malaysia right now is primarily a food inflation, a food price inflation. I just had lunch, maybe 2-3 days ago in a stall near my office. Just take some egg and some tempeh. I think you all know tempeh. It's about 10 ringgit. So how come this is due to, we cannot be in the denial, that our planet now is at the tipping point of crisis. Sorry. So the global challenges that we are heading is getting more complex and more global in nature. And the challenges that have become multidimensional and increasingly more complex. And without peace, ladies and gentlemen, it is not possible for us to achieve the level of trust and cooperation that are needed to deal with this kind of challenges. So peace will lead to trust and cooperation, global cooperation, I mean. So positive peace here, it is a systemic concept. Is focusing on the system of that inhibit in the world, and understanding system thinking or systemic way of thinking, a holistic kind of thinking, is necessary to make sense of this kind of challenges that we are facing. So positive peace have some pillars. There are 8 pillars of positive peace. One of them is well-functioning government. Second one is equitable distribution of resources. Third one, sound business environment. Fourth, low level of corruption. Fifth, free flow of information. Six is good relation among neighbors. 7, acceptance of the other's right. And finally, high level of human capital. There are 8 levels of positive peace. So this is the idea of peace, more than the absence of violence or the absence of conflicts, but a peace which is an environment or an ecosystem that could flourish full human potentials. So interestingly, ladies and gentlemen, the pillars, all these pillars of positive peace does not correlate with, all these 8 pillars does not correlate with peace as strongly as the sum of all its components. So not only, so in other words, we can say that to achieve peace, we need all of these pillars to correlate and function together, as the whole of it is more than the sum of its parts. So positive peace defines the goal towards which a society, a nation, or community needs to evolve. So globally, positive peace has strengthened over the past decade, improving 2.4% in the past decade, and Malaysia is at the level of 44 in 2022. And this year, the index has been published. Our score is at the level of 40, at the ranking of 45. So one rank lower. So Middle East and the North African region, the MENA region, improved only marginally, because we know there are some crises, conflict that's taken place and still prevalent at that area. And interestingly, North America region record significant deterioration in terms of positive peace. So however, even though in the report, it indicates that the positive peace improving 2.4% in the past decades, but however, there is significant deterioration globally in the 2 particular pillars, which is the level of corruption and the well-functioning government. there are significant attitudes in the global society, which is the lost trust in government. So even though government, I think it is the first pillars of peace, which is the well-functioning government, but in reality, we are witnessing in the surveys and in the report lost trust in government all over the world, especially among the youngsters. So I mentioned to you that to understand positive peace, we need a new mindset or new way of thinking, which is the system thinking. The system thinking, I could conclude it that it assumed that everything interrelated with everything. I think there is, I think, a Buddhist, doctrine as well that indicate that everything in this world, correlate or interrelate with everything. So system thinking is that kind of approach, scientifically and socially. So in system thinking approach, it really observe the phenomenon of tipping point. So tipping points are significant and need to be observed in order to actualize the aspiration of positive peace. A situation whereby a change become, it is a situation whereby a change become accelerated and not incrementally. So in a book entitled Peace in the Age of Chaos by Steve Kelelia, the author described that when corruption level, in a country or in a nation achieve a certain threshold, it accelerates and it leads to that drastic increase of violence and conflicts. So there is a very, very close connection between the level of corruption and the level of peace in the nation and in the country. So positive peace indexes, you can download it. It has been published from 2009 to 2023, the latest. And it is published by the Institute of Economics and Peace. And it can also become a predictive indicator for peace situation in certain countries, whereby countries who score deficit in positive peace index in 2009 and 9 recorded high level of violence and conflicts in 2022. So I think this is an idea that I would like to share, and this is the report and the initiative that I have been following for a couple of years, and I would like to share with you in this peace conference. And I think I assume this is somehow correlates with your discussion and your awareness or your concerns in this conference. I think that's all from me. I think we can continue after this with Q&A session. I think thank you very much, Mr. Prem.
Thank you, Dr. Patri. So the key to invest in peace means one of the most important aspect would be good governance. And as Dr. Badri pointed out, that would be the highest. And when people lose trust in the governance, then it leads to no peace, anxiety, then there is conflict between different classes of people, and everything else just follows down. The 8 key elements which is said, the first one is good governance. And we hope that in Malaysia, we have changed the regime, and we hope that this is good governance for us. And that would bring more equity, like Professor was speaking about this morning, about equity. It is no more about self-righteousness, it's about equity for all. And I think our Prime Minister is talking about the same language. Yeah, then it brings peace in Malaysia. We are more concerned about Malaysia, the peace in Malaysia, the growth of Malaysia. Now, a big hand to Dr. Badri, please. Now I'll invite Mr. Scott McGrath to share his ideas on the same topic, investing in peace.
Thank you. Let me talk for I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me to speak at the conference. I would much prefer to be sitting there listening to you or being amongst you, listening to your stories, rather than sitting up here. But I've been given this opportunity, and hopefully I'll tell you a bit of my story, my journey, and from that you can take pieces of information about peace and maybe how peace can be achieved in small pieces. You know, it doesn't always have to be grand, huge things that make a difference. It can be very small things that make a difference. So I'll just go to the first slide. So this is a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt. It says, "It isn't enough to talk about peace, one must believe in it." So I'm going to talk about believing in peace. And it must not only be that you believe in it, you must work at it. So it says work at it. We can talk about peace, we can believe in peace, but we need to work at peace. And as we mentioned before, good governance, that's working at peace. Our influence on others in the community, how we treat others, that is how we can work on peace in different ways. So it's not just words, it's actions. I am very mindful though, actions are good, but we need to listen. And I'll talk later about listening, how important it is to listen to people's stories and their journey. Sometimes less conversation from oneself is better. And I think good leaders learn to listen to the people around them and take from that the knowledge that they need to give or the guidance they need to give to those people or a community or an individual. So I'll just go to the next slide. So my particular journey in believing in peace, I suppose particularly took a particular step and direction when meeting Master Ching Kung many years ago in Toowoomba. And through the Pure Land College there, Master Ching Kung came to a number of community leaders and put forward his vision of building a model city of peace and harmony so people could see good work or that things were achievable. And I remember it was back in probably 2011, 2010, and there was, you know, as you know, 2011, there was the towers in America were toppled by the airplanes, all that. So there was a lot of turmoil in the world at that time, as there has been over many years. But to have a vision of world peace at that time seemed to me a vision of grandeur. And I wondered, how would we achieve that being a small community in Australia, in a rural town? But the Master had this vision, and I sort of questioned it. But as I got to speak with Master Ching Kung, and I analysed his words, you need a vision. We must have vision, and peace is one of those visions. We must have peace, and we need to work towards it. Otherwise, we will never achieve it. So I agreed with the Master, and so did a number of other people, and so we started to work towards how do we build a community of peace and harmony. We've been working at that for about 11 years now, and we still do good work, and I think from day to day you wonder whether you're achieving or whether you're going backwards, but you know, it's about that journey of continual improvement, continual work. So in 2012, through the Pure Land College and the guidance of Mr. Hanif Razak at the Multi-Faith, Multicultural Learning Office at the college, we established a group called the Goodwill Committee. So it was a number of members of the community that were looking at what we could do to contribute to our community in a positive way. So we formed that community. I'll probably slide on to the next slide. So we developed our terms of reference, and these are a couple of just excerpts from our terms of reference. So to guide us in our vision, we said we would work locally and connect globally. So we do local programs and activities and engagements and listening, but we also try and do that internationally in various forms. And this is an example of that ability to engage globally. We decided that everyone matters. So one of the most important things we identified was inclusiveness. So being part of the community, and that is everyone. We are all individuals, but we are all part of a community. So we have to be inclusive, understanding. So everyone matters. Build and promote social inclusion. So these are some of the smaller details. Having understanding across culture and community. So the group we have is non-religious and it's non-political, and they are written into our terms of reference as well. And we work in partnership to build peace and harmony. We need to work with others, and especially people that have similar vision and can support and pool resources, etc. So that's what we do as a group, as a committee. And just go to the next slide. So working at it, we identify that talking about peace is good, but you need to demonstrate, you need to lead, you need to immerse yourself in the community to understand what the needs of the community are. How are people hurting, or what are people wanting? So we run things called morning tea or tea gatherings. So we go to a established community organisation, and we bring in more organisations and community to meet that organisation, and it's basically, as a police officer, I go to a lot of meetings, probably some high-level meetings. When you stop for morning tea, and I probably saw it here, or lunch, that's when the conversations happen. That's when actual things take place over a cup of tea or a drink or a small meal or even just a gathering. So the tea gatherings are an opportunity for organisations to meet the community and the community to meet the organisations and share experiences, information, etc. So we run conferences. We've had UNESCO. We were fortunate enough to get UNESCO representatives to come to Toowoomba and have a look at some of the work we were doing. We work towards World Environment Days. Even though peace is our main goal, without a world to have peace in, it's futile. So we need to look after our environment. So we contribute to World Environment Day. Down the bottom, you would be your bottom right-hand side is a mural that we raised the money to have an artist, a very famous artist, do a mural on a large building in Toowoomba. That mural's probably about, I don't know, probably about 5 metres by 6 metres in size. And it's of our First Nations people, our Indigenous or Aboriginal people of Australia. And we need to reconcile with those people of that community or that background, because there's a lot of hurt in the past from governments coming into the country and how those people were treated. So we did that mural in respect to those peoples, and those peoples are First Nations of Australia. So these are just some small examples of work that we do as a committee to try and bring our community together, unite our community and build some peace, build trust. Next slide. I don't know whether I've got 10 minutes. The gentleman didn't give me 10 minutes. He might have given me 20. 2 minutes. Okay. So I always think about looking at the past. So what can we learn from the past? What are we doing in the present? And what is our future? So, like I said, inclusion, listening to people's stories. It's so important. And I love listening to people's stories and their journey. Acknowledging past wrongs. And that can be difficult to do sometimes, very difficult. Saying sorry. Even in my bio, I said I'm a parent of 4 children. And there's many other things in there, but the importance to me of saying that is, even as a parent, if I do something wrong by my child, I can say, sorry, I should not have done that. You know, it's an important thing in life to learn to say sorry. I manage a number of people in my office, and if I do something that's not appropriate or wrong, I will go and apologize and say sorry to those people. But sometimes you have to swallow your pride and acknowledge you are wrong and go and do that. But it's very important. And these are things that Master Ching Kung has said to me over many years, many of these words. And we've heard these words today through this conference from many different speakers, you know. But it's very important to acknowledge these words and live them in your daily life. So I got down the bottom there, it doesn't really make a word, it's TYPG. Some of the people in this room call it Type G, but it stands for the Toowoomba Youth Peace Group. And Lena's part of the group, isn't she? Yeah. So Lena that spoke this morning is part of that group. She's up the back waving. That was formed to look at the future of peace. So most of the people on my committee are in their 40s or older, but we need to look at that vision of the future and how do we succession plan for the future. And then working collaboratively and with others. Just some of the points I put forward there. So I think there's only a couple more slides. We'll go forward. Just being mindful that we are one, but together we can be a power of force. Working together as a group, with a common goal of a world of peace and harmony, we can achieve great things. Last slide. I'd like to thank you again for inviting me, and terima kasih.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. 2 things you take away from there. Everyone matters, and inclusiveness. Have the cup of tea. And I think one of the things we need to do is have the cup of tea or have a dinner at home, away from this idiot thing, because parents and children are all communicating through the phone, but never with each other. Have you noticed it? When you go out for dinner, everybody's on their handphones, spoon in one hand, phone in the other, but there is no communication. And I think bringing that back home would be the first step in having peace. Have peace at home. Then that will be translated to the community. He talked about being in the community. How can you translate peace in the community if you don't have it at home? And that becomes one of the important stepping stones for us to do that. Another round of applause to Mrs. Scott, please. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Michael to share his take on investing in peace. Mr. Michael, please.
Thank you. I've entitled my talk today, Community Working Together Towards a Shared Vision. First of all, I'd like to say it's a great pleasure and an honour to be invited here, and thank you for that. It really is lovely to come back to Malaysia. I've been here many times. I love coming here. Many of you know Mr. Hanif, who's the director of the Toowoomba Pure Lands Interfaith and Multicultural Centre. We've been working together for over 12 years now, me as an academic and Hanif within the interfaith work that he's doing. But we've found that we have a common working goal to help build communities. So that was what I did as a researcher, doing participatory research. Hanif and I have often spoken of the need to share examples of our work in Australia, in Toowoomba and elsewhere, with people from other countries. And we've taken our work across to Paris with UNESCO and to other places. The idea is that we share our experiences with you and you share your experiences with us. And we both learn from each other, and we don't get enough chances to do that. So this is what I'm going to do today, share some of my experiences working back in Australia with communities. I base my work as an academic around the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the underpinning philosophies that the United Nations has driven for over 40 years, 50 years, is think global, act local. And for me, I'm more interested in the local, the people on the ground, the community. So that's where I focus. Today, I'm going to share an example of a diverse small community who are working together towards developing a shared dream. It happens to be the community that I moved to 2 years ago. We've called it a community vision, but community dream, a shared vision, a shared community dream. We'll call it the same thing for the moment. So I've been living and working in that community, as I said, for a little over 2 years today. And I'm going to cover, briefly introduce you to our community. Secondly, I'm going to detail the community group that I'm involved in and the work that we're doing. And third, I'm going to describe our community vision, the process that we took, and the outcomes. Now, where this links into peace and harmony is that we don't talk about it at all in our community, but by doing this working together, we're doing it. So people are meeting other people, people are learning about difference in our community, people are learning how they can support each other. So we're actually doing it without talking about it. So that's the link into the whole idea of peace and harmony. And I won't even mention those words again. So believe me, the link is there. This is how we're doing it in our community. So our community, which is the context for everything I talk about, Burnett Heads. Have a look on your Google Maps when you go home, Burnett Heads. It's a small community of about 2,500 people. I mean, it's a small group, but it's only about 20 minutes away from Bundaberg, which is a small regional centre of 150,000 people. It's a beautiful coastal setting. We're at the mouth of the river and on the coast, so it's absolutely lovely spot. Because it's a lovely spot, there's currently, right across our region, but in our town as well, there's a rapid population growth happening. Lots of people are moving to these areas. And that results in a lot of emerging social, economic and environmental challenges, because you're going from this small community to suddenly quite a lot of people with different ideas and different agendas. So that's our community. Our community association is called the Burnett Heads Progress Association. It's all voluntary, including the work that I'm doing with them. They've been working together, this group, continuously for over 70 years. So it's not just a new group, they've been there for a long time, helping look after their community. Now, the work that we do, it's detailed in a recent strategic plan, which is still a draft strategic plan, but it focuses on 4 interrelated areas. We look to support, our association looks to provide support for local people and networks, and that support is mainly information resources and infrastructure, so we can help everyone with some of that. We also advocate for an informed community voice into planning and decision-making processes which impact on our community. In essence, this means we lobby governments and businesses for our community needs and aspirations. We act as a voice, we talk to the people, and then we talk to the government. Thirdly, we either lead or support or develop partnerships and projects which help achieve our community vision. And I'm just about to come to the community vision, so you'll understand what it is that our vision said. And fourthly, we develop and coordinate events, activities and celebrations that bring people together and celebrate our community. This helps contribute to a community where local people feel safe, connected and supported. So our strategic plan that I said is in draft drew largely from our community vision, which we'd conducted a little over 2 years ago, and I'll just give you an overview of that. I coordinated that community vision with a planning committee. We had 12 volunteers, which anybody who has committees knows 12 is way too much, but the enthusiasm, people wanted to contribute. I've done this before, so I'm fairly well experienced. I'd say I know what I'm doing, more or less. Now, what a visioning process facilitates is discussion about the past, present, and future of a community. So we talk about where we've come from, where we are now, and where we want to go, and how we're going to get there. So that's what the discussion is. We invite everyone to participate. So we've talked about inclusiveness, and we've talked about the value of people, different types of people, whether you're short, tall, whether your skin's white or black or brown, whether you're old or young, whether you're in a wheelchair, whether you've got lots of education or not much education. We said everyone in our community is important, that they tell us what they think, and we wanted them to contribute, and we said, we value your contribution. So we showed respect to everybody in that community. Now, as all of you working in community probably understand, it's a pretty messy place, community. There's different agendas and objectives that people have. But if you have an open process where people talk to each other, the visioning process in this case, it's open. People get to talk to each other. At some level in that process, even though it's a messy place, community, you can reach agreement. It takes a little while. We took about 6 months, but we did reach agreement. So the whole process of having that discussion, we all shared ideas, we all learnt about each other, the respect was developed across diverse groups. So that was part of the importance of the process, as well as getting a vision out of it. Now, why a community vision? Why is it important? A community vision produces an evidence-based statement. This is the academic in me talking. But having a statement, we can hand that, that's our vision, we can hand that to a politician and say, this is what our community says. And it becomes important because it's written on a piece of paper, so it must be true. So the evidence base really provides us with the authority to present this when we want to do something or we don't want somebody to do something. The vision statement ended up with 7 dot points talking about the things that people in our community most valued. And I'm going to talk briefly about a couple of them. One was the open space where people could meet and come together. The foreshore at the river and on the seafront, the parklands, the recreation areas. So we want to protect them because they're always under threat for building development where somebody can come and live there. We wanted to support young people through the vision, and we had the primary school of about 90 children play a major part in informing our vision, and we've actually got a page in here from the school. So our young people have opportunities. This is our vision. Our young people in our community have opportunities to learn about our community and the natural environment. They understand that they live in a special place. So we've got the 7 dot points. I'm not going to go through the rest of them. I'm going to go through the last one. We made an acknowledgement that we accept our history. And in Australia, with Indigenous peoples in Australia and the things that have happened there, and we also had Pacific Islanders who were basically slave labour in our community back 80, 100 years ago. But we accept our history and we acknowledge it, both the good and the bad. And despite the things that have happened, we are going to positively look to find ways to move forward as one community working together. So we acknowledge that things have been wrong. We say we're sorry, and we say we want to move forward together. The final part of the visioning statement ended with a promise. We said, for a short time, we in this community will act as stewards of this land where we live. We will hold it in trust for future generations, and we will look after it. So we've made a promise to our community, but to everyone else, that we will look after where we live. We've had a lot of outcomes. I didn't want to go to all of them in detail, but we're looking to get a community hub built. And we've just started what will probably be a 5 to 7 year process of getting design and funding and support for it. But a community hub gives us a meeting place where everyone can come together. Different faith groups, service providers, all sorts of different uses. And we're hoping that will, I'm having a major meeting with the local government when I get back, and we're hoping that will move ahead soon. And we're also just about to start a celebration of the arts. This will be our 2nd year, but the arts are really important in our community, and it's a great way to bring lots of people together around a shared interest. So the Arts Festival is going to run over 4 months with workshops, art exhibitions, a grand opening ceremony. Last year, hundreds of people were involved, actively involved. They took part in things. This year, we're hoping to have about 500 people, plus we'll probably have several thousand visitors come into our community, and we can host them. So in conclusion, at Burnet Heads, we have worked together to develop the vision and the agenda, and that's going to help us build a just and sustainable community for our children. And that's why we're doing this. It's for the future. I won't be here when a lot of these things happen in my community, but for our children. And I've shared this brief overview. It's our experience in this little community. I'd urge you to share your stories so we can learn from each other. I'm sure, well, I hope somebody in here learnt one thing, and, you know, if you learnt one thing from this, that's great. But please share your stories so that we can all learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I think the trust of what Michael said is embodied in the slide which Scott shared. Believing in it and working at it. What Michael has done has worked over the last couple of years, worked within the community. And do you realize one thing which is absent? Religion. What is absent is religion. And without religion, people can come together because they have the needs which are common. They need to look at those needs. And that's why Michael has been successful over the years, because religion did not play a role in dictating what was discussed. So is religion good? Religion needs to be there, because the ethics which Michael brings in is bound by his religious teachings. But he doesn't put that in front. and that will start building barriers. And that's a success. All right, now I open to the floor to ask questions to any of the three panelists. Any questions on this? Investing in peace. Anybody got any other idea other than that what was shared by the three panelists? And you may ask a question as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. The question is, what is the most important factor that motivates three of you to move forward? Thank you.
As a person that is working in a think tank and that promote social harmony and peace in Malaysia, I think the factors that become the force in our work and our activism is to pursue the aspiration of social peace and harmony in the society, and to see the society really embrace this idea and actualize it as what our gentlemen shared with us just now. I think that would be among the forces that within us that need to be enhanced and further discuss this, like in this that we are doing now in this auspicious event. So I think that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for me, it's probably the future of humanity. It's my family, which is probably, where I'm driven from, the future for my children. But as a humanity, it's about where are we going in the future, and how do we make sure, we can live in peace and enjoy the beauty of the world. Toowoomba is so beautiful. Here is so beautiful. We have such a beautiful world we live in. And I want to secure that for my family and for everyone else that inhabits the planet. So that's where I'm driven from.
The last couple of 100 years, we've managed to stuff up just about everything in the world in one way or another, the environment, the social realm, corruption, economics. I don't want to die thinking that I didn't try and do anything worthwhile.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, please? Yes, please.
Good afternoon to everybody in the floor and the speakers. We have been finding that the peace forum, peace activity have been implemented locally and internationally for past 10 years. But however, till today, we find that the world peace actually is still not in idealistic conditions that everybody are facing and aim to be. However, so I would like to ask the speaker that through your implementation and your community service on the peace level, what is the shortcoming of the peace that unattainable? Thank you very much.
Could you repeat the last part of your question, please?
The peace activity have been prolonged for last 10 over years.
Yes.
But unfortunately, we find that the word peace still not until attainable level. There's a lot of war, there's a lot of introductions of force amongst regions, amongst religions, among races, among ethnic. Basically, through your perspective point of view, what is the shortcoming?
What is the shortcoming?
Shortcoming.
Shortcomings.
Okay, this is the dilemma I had when Master Ching Kong came to me with this vision. You know, but do we do nothing? Do we just say, oh well, it's not achievable, let's give up? I think not. I think not. I think, and I could cite a number of small achievements, and I will acknowledge there's lots of work to be done, but we can all work together to achieve that. As you would have heard, I'm a police officer, and one of my roles in my community is trying to reduce crime, especially when there's been an increase. And when we do have an increase in crime, people say to me, well, you're not doing your job very well, are you? But I say, well, I can tell you honestly, with my children, I know where they are. I spend my evenings having open conversations with my children. We don't have devices at our table when we prepare a meal and eat together. My children, I was only saying before, educate me on being a better person. Now they're adults and challenge me and my views. So that's my contribution. They're not breaking into houses or stealing cars, but that's what I can influence, genuinely influence, are my children. So that's my contribution to crime prevention. I might not achieve it over the whole community, but you think if everyone could achieve that, I think we'd be in a better place.
I might pass that.
Too challenging.
Thank you very much for the very good question. I think I mentioned something about the positive peace index that indicates that I think overall the global condition is is very what they call it, very promising. In the last decade, the report indicate that overall our plan in the global level, the positive peace level is improving in majority of the countries, except in some region in the world. But if you ask me about what would be the shortcoming, is about our mindset in viewing the peace. We normally see peace partially. We don't see it holistically. So as I mentioned to you, the idea of positive peace, it has a very holistic view of the concept of peace. Is just not relate to the absence of violence or absence of conflict itself, but it relates to economy, it relates to good governance, it relates to in a relationship with your neighbors and all that. So we need to change our mindset to make sense of the complex reality of the peace itself, whether it is globally or regionally or nationally. So I think that would be my response. Thank you.
My response to that is simply what this conference is all about. Harmony from within. Peace is not external. Peace is internal. If you can find peace within yourself first, and then you meet a brother of a different faith, you bring that peace forward. So it has to be internalized first. Don't go out, save the world, save yourself. Find the peace within you, and then let's talk about peace. Yeah? With that, we are just right on the dot. We have come to the end of preliminary 2, and hope Brother Poe is around to take over. Good. The next session. All right. With that, can you give a round of applause to the panelists? For
Once again, we thank Brother Prem as the moderator and all speakers who just took part in the plenary 3 just now. Can we give them a big round of applause again? And now, we come to the last session on our discussion, plenary 4. The topic is building bridge. Building bridges. One bridge is not good enough. Building bridges, learning from our scholars. And I would like to make this time right. Can you show me your hand, Mr. Poe? Where are you? Okay. Our moderator in the last session is Mr. Poe. Let me introduce him first. Brother Poe Wei Fa was born and raised in Kuala Pila, Negeri Sembilan. Received his tertiary education from University Putra Malaysia, UPM, with a degree in business administration. He worked in a local bank as a credit control personnel. He then takes an opportunity to work as a consultant for a consulting company that specializes in organization development. He makes a switch during the lockdown. He is charting his own career path by working as a wealth manager with Manulife Insurance Malaysia. His interest in Buddhism was developed at the age of 20s when he was a student. Upon graduation, he joined Buddhist Gem Fellowship, BGF, as an EXCO and served as the head of Dhamma Duta. He has been an active member of BGF since then. Besides learning the teaching of the Buddha, he has taken the opportunity to broaden his skills in organizing Buddhist events, emceeing and sharing of the Dhamma. Today, he is also active with another center, namely the CREDO, Center of Research and Dhamma Leadership Enhancement. Here, he is the key person who is responsible in organizing the center's signature program, Great Leadership Awakening with Dhamma. In short, GLAD. This program stresses the importance of having the right mindset and behavior in outreach missionary works. Brother Poe believes that with the right mindset, right understanding, thus The right behavior and action are the foundation to the right path in all our undertakings. And now, please welcome Brother Paul. Thank you.
Sukyoto, brothers and sisters in the Dharma, and very good afternoon to the rest, ladies and gentlemen, in the hall this evening, this afternoon. Brother Prem, sorry just now for the delay, but thank you once again for staying for me. So I got one job less. Probably that's the strategy. Okay, before we start, I was given the understanding that the microphone here, right in the center, is for the Q&A, and also some of you wish to ask questions but too shy to come forward, then you want to write it down. So feel free to do so. Okay, our working committee is at the back, ready to give. You just have to ask for the pencils, pens, and paper. All right. And also for the first speaker, before I introduce, he will be delivering his speech in Mandarin. Therefore, he will be assisted by a translator. And because of that, probably that 15 minutes will be exceeded. Yeah. So again, I like to seek for your understanding. And because of that too, maybe our Q&A session will be shortened. Will that be all right? No violent objection, right? All right. Thank you. So for the first speaker that I would like to introduce is, first of all, yeah, he goes by his layman name, okay? Zai Li Xu. Yeah, Zai Li Xu. Cai Li Xu. Okay? Now, in the Pure Land Buddhism, which is a branch of Mahayana Buddhism that originated in ancient India, it is now one of the most widely practiced forms of Buddhism in East Asia. And Mr. Cai was ordained or tonsure in Taiwan in the year 1928. Since then, he has been known by his Dharma name, Xu Chengde, yeah? Or in short, we just call Venerable Chengde. Now, dedicated and passionate in his work, Venerable Chengde was assigned by Venerable Master Jing Gong, yeah, to establish a model town in Lujiang, okay? Lujiang in the Anhui province, yeah? That's in China from the year 2005 to 2008. Now, his achievements there were noteworthy. Lujiang soon became an exemplary model town visited by many Buddhists as well as the faith leaders. Now, he devoted his skill and efforts to promoting Buddhism traditions of peace and harmony based on the book Guidelines for Being a Good Person, okay, is 弟子规. Now, the small town of 48,000 began to transform as it reflected peace, harmony, and social cohesion. Venerable Chengde soon began to share his success of Lujiang with audiences in Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, the United Kingdom, and Canada. All right. In year 2006, he was invited to speak of his achievement and again, yeah, his achievement in Lujiang at UNESCO headquarters in Paris. He was also invited to speak on the inspiration of Qun Si Zhi Yao. Yeah. So the governing provinces of ancient China in the modern society. Now, these inspirations and this World Peace of Harmony at UNESCO headquarters in Paris is in year 2013 and 2015. Now, it represented a great honor in the Buddhist circle because in 2010, he served as the principal advisor and chief lecturer of the academic program for the Chonghua Culture Education Center in Malaysia. Since 2018, he has held the positions of honorary associate director of virtues and ethics at the Academy of Sinology at the Universities of Wales, Trinity, St. David in the United Kingdom. Venerable has given over 3,000 hours of lectures on Buddhism. Now, he has gained public recognitions as a model teacher and practitioner of the Buddhism across various regions and countries such as China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Now, he's recognized authority on the teaching of Di Zi Gui. Now, his voice on Buddhism is special. His Dharma talks on peace, harmony, and social cohesion are a benefit to many. Now, he practiced Pure Land Buddhism, and this is also a model for the rest. So he's a great talent who can benefit all who listen to him. So may I invite Venerable on stage? Amitofo, 师父. Okay. Next speaker is Madam Rani Sri Dharan. Okay, she's a member of the Baha'i community. Born to illustrious parents in Hong Kong, she was touched and inspired by Baha'is teaching of universal peace and brotherhood from childhood. Now, at a young age, she traveled to India to help establish the faith in the late 1970s. Yeah. So in Malaysia, she has served on various institutions, both local and state in Pahang, Kelantan, and Perak, as well as on National Teaching Committee and the National Women's Committee of Baha'is of Malaysia. She also served as auxiliary board member. Now, she's currently serving on the local spiritual assembly of Baha'i of Kuala Lumpur, which is involved in administrations of affairs in Kuala Lumpur, as well as community development activities promoting the spiritual, intellectual, social, and material development of the communities. Now, Madam Rani founded her law firm, Rani Sri and Associates, in 2013. Among other things she is involved in is human rights litigations with emphasis on the statelessness and the citizenship cases, as well as family law and matrimonial proceedings. Now, she also served on the Child Rights Committee of the Bar Council, as well as Migrants, Refugees, and Immigrants Affairs Committees of the Bar Council. So can we all give a hand to invite me, Madam Rani Sri Dharan? Welcome. Last, Mr. Shunil Sukhwir Singh has 25 years of experience, starting from auditing when he was in PricewaterhouseCoopers, with exposures in manufacturing, constructions, financial institutions, retail trading, services, public utilities, healthcare, aerospace, shipping, publishing, and charitable organizations. Now, after leaving PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Sunil moved to the corporate world, gaining experiences in logistics, information technology, digital and telecommunication. And he spends over 12 years in IT, in digital and telecommunications, managing finance operations, company valuations, and investment due diligence, product costing, strategic procurement for technology transformations, business processes improvement, business transformation, exploring new business models, tax incentive, driving productivity and cost optimizations by line of business with insight for management. Now, 3 years ago, Mr. Sunil has took a leap into to start up his own business, start up a local company that has expanded regionally, establish effective processes, build business plans for emerging markets, and establish viability for the new business ideas and investment. He was also actively engaged in acquiring target companies to grow the startup. He structured the valuations of the company to acquire new shareholders to fund the expansion. Now, Sunil is an entrepreneur, partner dedicating to growing and scaling innovative companies and organizations. Completed his ACCA, followed by his fellowship, FCCA. Sunil is a CFO driving growth and profitability delivering measures improvement across multiple performance metrics, and leading diverse teams to excellence. Now, he is an active humanitarian and contributes to community enrichment programs for youth development. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Mr. Sunil on stage. All right, let's begin our last session. Also, the fourth one is also the last one. Building bridges, learning from our scholars, right? So I'm going to invite Venerable Chente to begin.
诸位各宗教的长老、各位先生、各位女士们，大家好。
Respected masters, teachers, ladies and gentlemen, greetings.
非常感谢大会给承德这个参与研讨的机会。今天是我们敬仰的净公老法师圆寂即将届满1周年的日子。今天承德就这个珍贵的机会与大家分享老人家关于宗教团结与宗教交流的一些重要的理念及实际他的努力。
Today marks the one-year anniversary of the passing of the Venerable Master Chin Kong, whom we deeply admire. I would like to take this precious opportunity to share with you the important concepts and practical efforts of Master Chin Kong regarding religious unity and communication.
师长曾经说过，宗教的团结会带给整个地球真正的和平。那他老人家也是身体力行。1997年师长在新加坡推展教学弘法的工作，在新加坡将近3年的时间，把新加坡9大宗教团结成一家人。当时候新加坡的一位高级官员呢，对这个事情非常惊讶，向他老人家请教。新加坡政府花了50年的时间都没能团结当地的宗教。师长究竟用什么方法在这么短的时间把9个宗教团结起来？那师长回答官员说道自己是用佛陀所教授的一套公共关系法，叫做四摄法。
The masters once said that religious unity will bring true peace to the world. He personally practiced this concept by embarking on teaching and propagating Buddhism in Singapore in 1997. In the span of nearly 3 years, the master unified the 9 major religions in Singapore as one family. One of the senior officials in Singapore was very surprised by the outcome, and he asked Master Chin Kong for the solution. Master Chin Kong answered, he employed a set of public relations methods known as the 4 embracing values, which consisted of 4 guidelines.
四摄法有4条第一个是布施就是指呢人与人的交往要主动的多请客多送礼。师长当年呢在新加坡拜访各大宗教，首先就赠送每一个宗教10万元新币，支持他们的教学活动，这是属于布施。
The first value is giving, actively engaging in interpersonal communication, hosting banquets and presenting gifts. The master, during his visit to the various religions in Singapore, first donated 100,000 Singapore dollars to each religion to support their educational activities.
第2条是爱语这是指我们所说的话都是真心关怀对方，为对方细心考虑的话语，这些话都是对方欢喜能接受的。
The second value is loving speech. Our words should be sincere, caring, and considerate, and something the other person likes to hear.
第三条是力行我们所做的一切对对方一定是有利益，绝无任何的损害。
The third is beneficial actions. Our actions should be beneficial to others with no harm whatsoever.
最后一条是同事每个宗教都有各自的宗教活动、社会慈善活动对方重要的活动我们会主动去参与。对方在这些相关事务上有需要我们协助的，我们会尽力去帮助他。大家一同来成就这些有利于社会大众的事物这是属于同事。
The final is working together. Each religion has its own religious and social charitable activities. We actively participate in each other's important events and strive to assist each other in relevant matters, jointly contributing to beneficial endeavors for the society at large.
2000年时新加坡天主教大主教举办圣诞夜的沙弥弥撒活动教会通知了师长，师长带领50位出家法师穿着佛门正式礼服到教堂恭敬的参与整个这个弥撒的活动。
In 2000, Master was invited to a Catholic Mass. Upon the invitations, Master led 50 monks and nuns in their official Buddhist robes to attend the Mass.
有一次，新加坡伊斯兰教设立一所公益的职业技能培训学校，欠缺了70多万新币，对方请求协助，师长于是就会同当地佛教徒发起大型的义卖活动最终为伊斯兰教这个公益性的教育事业筹得了充足的资金，解决了他们的困难。
Another occasion was when a vocational school established by local Islam in Singapore, they were trying to raise the fund, but they came short. So when Master heard about this, Master, together with the local Buddhist societies, they organized a charity, and in the end, they were able to raise enough fund to help with the school.
师长这一些行动都是对于四摄法最后一条同事积极的落实。师长在新加坡弘法的时间有将近3年。不过由于师长以真诚的爱心实践佛陀所教导的这4项人际交往的原则方法，也因此仅仅用了1年的时间，团结宗教的努力就取得很好的成果。在新加坡，师长不仅学习佛教的经典，同时还恭敬地学习其他宗教的经典，为宗教的团结与交流树立很好的典范。
The master practiced the four embracing values, and while he was in Singapore, the result was astonishing. In Singapore, the master not only studied Buddhist scriptures, but also respectfully studied the scriptures of other religions, setting a great example of religious unity and communication.
2000年之后，师长应澳洲多元文化部部长邀请，到澳洲协助当地政府推展宗教团结，还有族群团结的工作。在昆士兰省图文巴建立了一所禁宗学院，利用每个周末在学院内举办温馨晚宴，来落实四摄法中的布施。周末学院都邀请当地居民来享用美味的素菜晚餐。吃完饭后会保留一段时间，让居民们提出他们心中的一些问题，并且也为大家介绍关于佛陀教育里的一些智慧。 这个公益活动持续了13年，学院与当地人民建立起深厚的情感与信任，并且也感动了当地的各个宗教，当地各个宗教的领袖都表示，希望彼此能够团结成一家人，在当地宗教带头，彼此落实了团结以后，这个城市的市长与居民们更进一步希望能够将自己的城市打造成为一个多元文化和谐示范城市。所以2016年这个汇集了不同族群文化，包含100多种不同语言的澳洲城市，成功落实了这项多元文化和谐示范镇的伟大愿景。
After 2000, the Master established a Pure Land Learning College in Toowoomba, Queensland, Australia. Through vegetarian dinners held at the college every weekend, he practiced the principle of giving. The college invited local residents to taste delicious vegetarian meals and provided a platform for them to ask questions and learn about the wisdom of Buddha's education after the meals. This charitable activity continued for 13 years, establishing a deep emotional connection and trust between the college and the local people, and it deeply touched the local major religions. The leaders of the various religions expressed their desire to unite as one family. Under the leadership of the mayor and local religious community, the residents of the city further aspire to transform the city into a multicultural harmony model city. In 2016, this Australian city, which gathered 19 different ethnic cultures and over 100 different languages, successfully realized its grand vision of becoming a multicultural harmony model city.
2017年3月，联合国教科文组织9个国家大使与代表参访图恩巴市，目睹了当地多元宗教以及多元族群的和谐与团结，内心深受感动，便向教科文组织提出，希望能为师长在教科文组织总部设立一个办公室，希望师长可以把自己团结宗教、团结族群的理念、经验及智慧带到联合国，为全世界的和谐和和平做出更大的贡献。这个办公室也在2017年的秋季正式被教科文组织批准成立。
In March of the same year, the ambassadors and representatives from 9 countries visited Toowoomba and witnessed the harmony and unity among the diverse religions and ethnicities. They were deeply moved and proposed to establish an office for the Master at the UNESCO headquarters. They hoped that the Master could bring the concept, experience, and wisdom of uniting religions and ethnicities to the United Nations and make a greater contribution to harmony and peace worldwide. This office was officially approved by UNESCO in the autumn of 2017.
在关于宗教团结进一步的落实与深化方面，师长教导我们，我们要认识到世界各大宗教的本质是教育，各大宗教的创始人都是他们所处的时代最伟大的社会教育家，他们的教学内容归纳为4大类，是伦理、道德、因果以及圣贤智慧。教学的核心就是一个爱字，这个爱就是神爱世人，那一种没有分别、没有界限的大爱，这是一切宗教共同拥有的教学核心。
In further achieving and deepening religious unity, the Master taught us to recognize that the essence of all major religions is education. The founders of major religions were the greatest social educators of their time. Their teachings can be summarized into 4 main areas: ethics, morality, causality, and the wisdom of sages. And the core of their teachings is love. This love is the kind of unconditional and boundless love of God for all humanity. which is the core doctrine shared by all religions.
当前世界许多人对宗教产生误解，误以为宗教是一种迷信。那师长运用中国文字原始的意涵，来为宗教这个词汇进行了解释与证明。最后总结出，宗教应当是指人类主要的教育、重要的教学、遵从的教化，这三者就是世界宗教的实质内涵。师长走过世界上许多地区，与各个不同宗教的神职人员接触时，大家能够认同师长对于宗教这个看法与定义，都认为自己的宗教确实是人类历史文明中最主要的教育、重要的教学、最尊崇的教化。师长也提醒我们有了这个共同的认识，确认我们拥有的教育的本质，也意识到我们经典所共有的那些教学的科目、教学的内容、教学的核心，都是共同的，那我们就可以团结，我们也应当要团结。
In the present world, many people have misunderstandings about religions and mistakenly consider them as superstitions. The master used the original meaning found in the Chinese language to explain and redefine the term religion. Finally, he concluded that religion should refer as the primary form of education for humanity, an important means of teaching, and a revered form of enlightenment. These three aspects are the essential connotations of world religions. The Master reminded us that we must have a common understanding, acknowledge the essence of the education we possess, and recognize the common subjects, content, and core teachings found in our scriptures. Only by doing so can we unite, and we should unite.
师长表示，过去呢，人类因为交通不便，彼此隔绝，所以个别文化差异很大。真神呢，就要为人类各个族群划线符合当地文化背景的形象，用当地的语言来引导、来教育当地的大众，让他们都获得智慧，都认识伦理道德因果。因此，真神过去也以不同的身份和形象去教化不同的族群。这其实是体现了真神的仁慈及他的大能。今天由于交通便捷，资讯传播迅速，地球变成了一个村庄，因此众多的宗教也应当要回归成为一家人，宗教一家，众神一体，这是事实真相。我们努力确实是可以做到一家人。
The Master believed that in the past, due to limited transportation and isolation between people, there were significant differences between different cultures. Therefore, the true God appeared in forms that were compatible with the local cultural background, guiding and educating the local people in their own language, so that they could gain wisdom and understand ethics, morality, and the law of causality. This demonstrates compassion and power of the true God, because he educated different ethnic groups through different identities and forms. However, now with convenient transportation and rapid information dissemination, the world has become a global village, and all religions should return to being one family.
市长特别强调，宗教一定要回归到教育，要重视讲经教学，要彼此互相学习，要认识对方的经典。各大宗教经典里的那些关于伦理道德因果、圣贤智慧的重要教诲，彼此都是高度相通的。师长提醒我们求同存异，下手之处是先学习我们所共同拥有的部分，不同之处等待往后再去融通，这样宗教很快的就能达到团结。现在各大宗教已经汇编自己的经典里重要的360则的经文，而师长也从这10个宗教的经典里头揭露各大宗教关于神爱世人的重要教诲，这些都是宗教互相学习的重要材料。 此外，师长也提醒各大宗教古大德们所遗留下来的那些好的教诲，每个宗教也可以将其节录360则，我们都应该来学习。师长表示多元宗教可以建立共同的大道场，每个宗教都进驻其中，里面设立大小不同的教室，每个宗教的活动都在各个教室里举行，各宗教彼此都可以去参与对方的活动，大家平日同在这样一个大道场里，彼此见面都会打招呼，都是一家人。
Religions should value education, focus on teaching and studying scriptures, learn from each other, and familiarize themselves with each other's scriptures. The important teachings regarding ethics, morality, causality, and wisdom found in the scriptures of major religions are interconnected. We should first learn the shared aspects and then integrate the differences so that religions can unite rapidly. At present, major religions have compiled important scriptures, and the Master has selected teachings on God's love for all humanity from the scriptures of the 10 religions, which serve as important materials for mutual learning among religions. Additionally, each religion should also learn from the good teachings left by the great masters of other religions. We can establish an institute where each can conduct its activities and everyone can participate together.
师长晚年非常希望我们可以在单一所的宗教学院里面渐渐培养出100多位具有大学教授资格的各大宗教优秀老师，让他们都拥有共同的知见，彼此相互尊重，相互了解，大家都深入自己的宗教经典，同时也了解对方的宗教经典，然后我们就可以运用这100多位的大学师资来开办一所世界宗教大学。这些老师教授们彼此是团结的，他们教导出来的学生也将会是团结的。我们先团结老师，再团结学生，将来这所宗教大学的学生们都可以成为其所代表之宗教的一流传教师，而他们彼此都是好同学。大家可以透过联合国教科文组织的媒体平台，把世界各大宗教经典的精华对大众讲解清楚，由他们来对整个世界广泛的宣传上帝的爱心，宣扬各大宗教所拥有的伦理道德因果，以及圣贤智慧的教育，并且都做出真正落实圣教的榜样。师长强调，这样子我们确实可以造就出一个全球宗教大团结的时代，对这个世界的和平与稳定做出最伟大的贡献。
We should strive to create a world religious university where the professors from various religious colleges are doctoral students of the same university, and they share a common understanding of religion, scriptures, and religious unity. The missionaries trained in this university can utilize online media platforms to preach and teach worldwide, becoming exemplary practitioners of implementing religious teachings. The Master hopes that within 10 years, we can cultivate enough teachers to realize the goal of establishing this world religious university. By then, we can see the efforts being realized.
刚刚就老人家所教导所做，跟大家做一个回忆。我们不禁感受到老人家此刻肯定还在与我们并肩同行。我们在此地，对于新加坡还有我们澳洲图恩巴所做出的这些示范贡献呢，表达最真诚的佩服感谢。希望我们一同在师长为我们所留下这些美好的示范以及回忆里面为世界的和平、为人类的和谐与幸福 继续奋斗前行啊！谢谢大家。
Reflecting on the teaching left by Master Chin Kong, and we deeply admire the efforts being put forward by Australians, Singapore's, and Malaysia's. And we hope that Master Cheng De deeply admire the efforts that are being put forward. And also he hopes that everyone could continue the teachings and the examples set by Master Chin Kong. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable. And we'll do the summary later. And now I would like to invite Madam Rani to deliver her speech. Over to you. So you want to use that platform? Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think everybody is a bit sleepy. I don't blame you. Because it's that time of the day, right? Nice to have the chairs are so comfortable and the environment is so nice. So we all want to fall asleep. Anyway, I'll make my presentation very short. Can you all hear me well? So actually, we have learned so much of things from all the venerable speakers, and I'm sure all of us have learned something new, and all of us are committed to working for peace. So is peace possible or no? Because the earlier panel 3, they asked us this question: is it possible to have peace? Is it within our? Is it possible? Can we do it? So actually, if you look at the world, our topic is building bridges. So if you look around the world, there are many problems in the world. So how are we going to solve it? Long time ago, I remember, do you remember the Berlin Wall? There was a Berlin Wall which divided Germany, East and West Germany was divided. And this wall was, nobody could come across. So finally, one day, people started hacking at the wall, and then the wall came down, and now we have a united Germany. So at that time, it was like quite impossible. People thought, oh, it will not be possible for the East and West to join together because they are different ideologies. West was more market-driven, and whereas the East was more of communist. So, but if you look down the history, it has happened, right? Germany is united now. In the same way, we see the world, we see different countries, and we think it's impossible to unite all these countries because they have different cultures, different ways, but we say it's possible, So it's a new era now. We have come to a new era when world peace is possible. This is the will of God. So if you look at our history, this is the next stage in the evolution of mankind, that peace will be established. This is a promise of God. So when God promises, does he keep it? Yeah. So maybe it's not possible among us. If we work alone, it's not possible. But with the will of God, with the guidance of God, with the love of God, we can achieve it. Because this is the purpose. This is a new age. And Baha'u'llah, the prophet founder of Baha'i faith, has said that time has come for world unity and world peace. And he has given us a chance to do something about it. He said there are two things happening. One is the old world order is crumbling down and the new world is being spread. So we all have to work for peace and unity. What are the bridges? How can we build the bridges? What are the walls? I remember a song, when I was a teenager, there's this song. He says, when the wall says, stay away, you're from a different land. Say we are from one land, the earth is but one country, we are world citizen. So when you say, oh, I keep thinking about Malaysia, I think about China or Indonesia or Russia or Ukraine, we should forget about all that. We should say, world is one country and we are world citizen. And then if that wall says, stay away, because our religion is not the same, So you say, oh, I'm Hindu, I'm Christian, I'm Buddhist, you know. So what the song tells us is based on the Baha'i teaching. It says, we all worship the same God, but in different names. So this is another barrier that we can change by our thinking. And then, okay, when the walls. And then the other one is, these are the two basic things. And then they says, if you say, oh, I'm from a different race, what race we have? We have a black race, brown race, Chinese, Indian, different race, right? Different ethnicity. But what we must learn is there's only one race. What race is that? Human race. You got it. You passed the exam. Okay, so if we forget our differences and work for peace, then it can be achieved. There's one talk which Abdul Baha gave. He's the son of Baha'u'llah, and he gave us a lot of guidance, and he expounded the teachings of Baha'u'llah. After Baha'u'llah passed away, the mantle of the faith fell upon Abdul Baha, and he has written many books and talked about many different topics. And one of the things, he was giving a talk, and then he asked the friends, this is more than 100 years ago, and it's still true. He asked the friends, are you all happy? So I'm asking you, are you all happy? Yes, that's good. And then he said, no, I'm not happy. Abdul Baha said he's not happy. Why was he not happy? Then he said, because there's a war going on in Benghazi. So that time there was a war in Benghazi. And then he said, I don't understand how men can behave like this, like savage. How can somebody fight from morning to evening, killing people and, causing a lot of chaos, destruction? And I mean, this is the 21st century, right? We have advanced technologically, we have advanced in so many different ways, you know. So how can we engage in such acts of savagery, you know? We use guns to kill our own fellow brethren, another human being. I mean, it's so impossible. When I heard about the Ukraine war, with Russia and Ukraine war, I was so shocked because it's so terrible. You see every day the images, you know, that the buildings are crashing down, people are dying, people are running away, you know, they have, their life is disrupted. And what is it? Why are we having this war? It doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense. So Abdul Baha said, why are we fighting? I mean, ultimately what happens? Are you fighting for that 6 feet of land? That will be your tomb, right? Can you take anything away with you after you die? Or what about all those dictators and all those people who are fighting? What are they fighting for? You know? Fighting for a piece of land, 6 feet of land? Does it make sense? So he said it's very important that we believe that peace is possible. And then he said, I charge you all, each one of you, to concentrate all your thoughts of your heart on love and unity. When a thought of war comes, oppose it by a stronger thought of peace. A thought of hatred must be destroyed by a more powerful thought of love. So we can do this. If a thought of war comes, we supplement it with the thought of peace. And then he said, thoughts of war bring destruction to all harmony, well-being, restfulness, and content. Thoughts of love are constructive of brotherhood, peace, friendship, and happiness. So what do we prefer? And then he said, nothing is impossible to the divine benevolence of God. If you desire with all your heart friendship with every race on earth, your thought, spiritual and positive, will spread. It will become the desire of others, growing stronger and stronger until it reaches the minds of all men. Do not despair. Work steadily. Sincerity and love will conquer hate. How many seemingly impossible events are coming to pass these days? Set your faces steadily towards the light of the world. Show love to all Love is the breath of the Holy Spirit in the heart of men. Take courage, take courage that God will never forsake his children. So there's an assurance here that God never forsakes us. He's always there with us. Strive to work and pray. Let your hearts be filled with the strenuous desire that tranquility and harmony may encircle all these warring worlds. So he says, peace, universal brotherhood, and peace is possible. So we need to put our efforts. And if we trust in God, if we work hard for peace, if we think differently, if we don't confine ourselves into boxes, you know what we are doing now is we are putting ourselves in different boxes. And he says, if we do that, then it's difficult, but we must think differently, open up. You know, the world is one country, mankind is its citizens. We belong to the members of the one human race. You know? So once we believe in all those things, peace is possible. And I just want to share one quotation from there. Can you? So we should not see others as strangers. If we think of other people as strangers, then it's very hard to attain unity. He says, cleanse your eyes so that you behold no man as different from yourself. See ye as no strangers, rather see all men as friends. For love and unity come hard when you fix your gaze on otherness. We must be one with every people. We must see neither harshness nor injustice, neither malevolence nor hostility, nor hate, but rather turn our eyes towards the heaven of ancient glory. For each of the creatures is a sign of God, and it was by the grace of the Lord and his power that each did step into the world. Therefore, they are not strangers, but family, not aliens, but friends, and should be treated as such. Wherefore must the loved ones of God associate in affectionate fellowship. So this is the teachings. It says that we should love everybody and not see strangers. So when I see you, I don't look at, he's from Australia, he's a stranger. No, of course not. he's one of my brothers. So when I go to Africa, I see, oh, they are strangers. No, they're one of our family members. So all are one. So when we believe in the oneness of mankind, it's possible to unite and work together. All the money that is being spent in warfare can be used for better purpose. You know, billions of ringgit, not ringgit, US dollars, billions and billions are being used for the war in Ukraine. That money could have been used for humanitarian aid, you know. So we need to all raise our voices and change our attitudes and work for peace and believe that it is possible. Earlier, one speaker said that we must have the positive thought, you know. So when we have these positive thoughts, we can influence the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Rani. And last speaker, I'd like to invite Mr. Sunil. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Master and Madam, and to the floor. Now, I am not a person like Master or Rani who has done some great work in this world. I would like to relate to you all with my household matter. So when I got this topic, so I followed my son. And it says, building bridges, learning from our scholars. So what I did, I went to ChatGPT and I put in building bridges, and he gave me 10 points of how to build bridges. And then I did the next was learning from scholars, and I put that one in, and he gave me another 15 items of what kind of virtues scholars are supposed to do, to be. And then I related and I said, oh, okay, delivering this session is not going to be a problem. 15 minutes is not enough, Mr. Moderator, because ChatGPT has a lot of content for all of us. As I'm sitting down here and listening to great people who have done great work, my reflection comes down to only one thing, that we have a lot of content. We know what is right to be done. I think we overloaded with content. And when I speak, when I see the word scholars, right, and I reflect in my life, one of the greatest scholars in my life was my mom and my dad. And that started from my home. And if ever peace were to be achieved, it has to start from this entity. We are, I'm in the 5 series, right? Some of you are in the 4 series. But the reality of the future is in the 2 series and the 1 series that are being built today. And for them, everything is artificial intelligence. Everything is available on the net. And we as parents, and I adore, sorry, I can't remember your name, but the cop in the room, okay? And he said his thing that he does is spend time with his children. And that's very powerful. That's very powerful. And I adore Master, who does work in Singapore and Australia. And in these 2 actions, I saw one thing that was very common, was about walking the talk. Today, what we lack is about us walking the talk. And peace is only possible if we as individuals start first. Because none of our children are going to listen to us. None of the community members are going to listen to us as leaders if we say one and do another. So because of that, I am very, very pleased to have met Master, because in his full talk, he spoke about things that he did. And those things were so universal. Those things were beyond borders, beyond oneself. And that was a very good example of somebody who were to lead us into this peace. Now, learning from scholars, unfortunately, all religions, rightly said, have the best messages. Correct? None of them say cause harm on anybody. Everybody says the same thing. However, we have to select the scholars that we look at, because some of them use content in their favor for their own motives. So and there's no science behind of this, unfortunately. We will have to see people from what they do than rather than what they say. And I think the future lies in this, that we all have to, first of all, walk ourselves on the right path, show the right examples, and we be the scholar. Let's not put this responsibility of this scholarship or people who are going to give us guidance to any third party. We'll have to walk on ourselves. And when we become examples, then the change starts. Because it's very easy to ask another person to follow, but it's difficult to do it yourself. And I think that what we need to do now, so as a Sikh community, as a member of a Sikh community, I belong to this organization called United Sikhs. And when it comes to, and our motto is recognize the human race as one. And to practice recognize the human race as one is not an easy one. And in the pursuit to practice this, the challenges that we face, simple thing as from the donors. If you ask if there is a community that is, let's talk about just during the COVID period. That was the most recent one in our life, the COVID period. And in the COVID period, you have everybody from all walks of life suffering equally. And it's very interesting. Some people said, I want to only donate and I'll take my fellow friends among the Sikhs, right? Some of them say, I would like my money only to go to the Sikhs. Or some donors say, I like my money only to go to the Chinese or to the Indians or to the Muslims. And some will say, no. The Muslims, right, they get the government help, so you please don't help the Muslims. So how do you practice recognize the human race as one if you have these limitations? You can't. But we have to, because that's our motto, that's our regime of practice. So, and we said no to people's money who gave us those kind of limitations. Unfortunately, there's no other way to do it. You have to walk the talk and you have to stand tall when the rubber hits the road, right? That's where it counts the most. You have to say no when something is not right. Now, I come from a religious background as well. And God is a very abstract matter. We all speak about religion, we speak about God, we speak about being spiritual. But my children want to see it, to believe it. A lot of people want to see it, to believe it. And the only way to see it is to practice it. Because we are the manifestation of that power. And when we resemble that power, we have the influence on people. There's no other way, unfortunately. No AI is going to give you the belief in God. There is going to be a need for a personal touch in this era. This era is so artificial. The future era is so artificial because of this artificial intelligence. It is artificial. But people don't want to hold to artificialness. They want reality. Reality comes with people who are going to believe in what they do and going to walk that belief. So, I would like to conclude only with these few elements that I think we all need to start working on. Religious universality, i.e. the oneness that Madam Rani spoke about. It has to be done. It's very interesting when, and I always say this, right? When a person from another religion walks into your temple, you're very proud and say, oh, they came to my house of worship. And when it's your turn to go another person's house of worship, you say, oh, I can't really go into this territory. It's against my law. You can't. Universality means I can pray in any place. Can we? Can we? I came once with a group of Sikhs to show them this beautiful place, the Buddhist Vihara. And I was just telling them that we went to where the sleeping Buddha is, that's temple there. And we sat there and we sang our religious hymns. And it felt so beautiful because of the vibration of that place is of great aura and oneness. That in any form that we sang, we were only connected to that oneness. And we'll have to continue to do this. As I said, recognize the human race as one. That's something we have to do. We have to see everybody equally. Tolerance with respect. We will have to be able to tolerate each other. In today's world, right, there'll be people who are going to be coming from the intellectual side of the thought, intellectual side. And when you come to intellectual side, they'll give you a lot of reasons why intellectually, based on the knowledge, based on history, that we cannot trust somebody the way we need to trust, or we cannot do the things because historically it has shown us, only destruction, and you have a lot of this viciousness. For example, when we want to give food to people, a lot of people say, don't give food to a person who's drunk. I said, why? Oh, because if he got money to buy alcohol, why can't he go and work and earn his own money? But he's homeless. Or why is this guy having a cigarette in his hand? He should actually, not spend that money buying the cigarette, but go and buy food. And this is all the intellectual thinking. But if you are into service of mankind, if the person is homeless and he has what you call a vice, drinking is something that he can't get, he's addicted to it, for example. Smoking is an addiction, he can't live without. So it's really about bringing yourself to be able to tolerate and understand people before you can come to really serving them rightly. How we speak, the language we use, decides the amount of love that one feels. Once I met this spiritual leader, and he went to the World Religion Conference in Germany. This is in the year of 1970. After his speech, the rabbi, the imam, and a few more religious leaders, they stood up and said that when that scholar was speaking, people in the room didn't feel separated or differentiated from him. They felt this oneness among all. And it's beautiful to feel that way, because when I am speaking, if you don't feel that I am trying to preach or convert or to influence you to come in a certain direction, then I can achieve this oneness and respect and trust. So, speaking the right language, words have power. Speaking the right language, speaking in the right tone, speaking in the right spirit is important for our future, for peace. Second last, superiority status. Superiority status means I'm better than you. I'm more superior than you. We have to stop this. Because if we believe in oneness, then there's no superior than one from the other. Everybody is equal. We talk about gender equality, we talk about religious equality, we go on and on, equality, equality, equality everywhere, right? But when it comes to our own religious belief, we believe one is more superior than the other. We can't. We have to stop this. And the last, and I think the most important thing, and I saw that in Master's work, the sincerity of harmony. You can't talk harmony if you're not sincere about it. We have to be sincere in what we do. And sincerity is infectious. If we are insincere, from sincerity, love is born. From sincerity, trust is born. From sincerity, you get guidance. You can build fellowship in sincerity. This would be my few things that I think that we should all do. And I'm not standing tall here saying that I'm doing all of those as well. I'm on the journey, but I believe if we all start from our homes and make sure that our 1 series and the 2 series in our home are going to be equipped with all of this, only then we will be able to achieve world peace, because they are the future of this world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sunil, for that wonderful speech. And we have completed this afternoon sessions, our last sessions. Just a very quick summary of mine, if I can get all their points correct. Mr. Sunil has touched us that we have been overloaded with content. Content are everywhere. But what most important is that peace begins from home. And where the home is ourselves, right? And he also stretches that don't just talk and talk and talk, but walk the talk. Okay, right? And Madam Rani has asked a very simple question: is world peace possible? And your answer is yes. Well, at least we have hope here, right? So she says that somehow we all differentiate ourselves because of you, me, different races, different color, yeah, different religions, and the wall can be broken if only we see ourselves as one. That is, as human race, and all our bloods are red. Yeah, and last but not least, Venerable Chen Te has mentioned 4 important areas that what stretches harmony in building these bridges. First of all is by giving, generosity, Second is giving good speech, loving speeches, not hatred. Third, beneficial actions, that any actions that we perform has to be benefiting to the others. And lastly is working together, if I got everybody's correct. So let's conclude this afternoon sessions. And now I have last 5 minutes to open for Q&A. Now please remember that peace is our theme here. Please make sure that your questions will not instigate war. So can we have someone here to ask a questions, and which questions you'd like to address it to? Anyone? Or any written question? No, it was all well received. Understood perfectly. And you all has to start from ourselves. Good. And really no questions? Then I'll call it a day. Yeah? Well, we still have a few minutes. Is there any last words from our panel speaker? Yoma, Pak Sifu? Okay, I'm also giving them that kind of impromptu things. All right, if that's the case, no questions from the floor, and we are all right here. So I shall pass the mic back to the host. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Sifu and panel speaker. Thank you.
Once again, we give Brother Paul and all speakers another one big round of applause. And now, finally, is our closing address. Let us welcome Brother Haji Hanif, the Director of Multi-Faith Multicultural Center, Toowoomba, Queensland, Australia. Please.
Thank you, my brother. And I think I trust Malaysia boleh. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Salam sejahtera and also salam Malaysia Madani. And it's my way of respecting. I will always begin my speeches also with Ami Tofo. Now, perhaps before I start, I won't take it much that long, because this script is given by Alex. Alex gave me what to say. I went around looking for him, but I couldn't find him. Okay. Now, just a few insight of that the humility and that side of the late Venerable Master Ching Kung, which I think some of us may not have that privilege. Well, I have that privilege in the sense that I started my journey with him in 2008. My sister Alice was there, all right? And I'm here, it's 2023, So one fine day, we were in Toowoomba, so he suggested that, let's have a drink outside, all right? So you usually don't say no, right? So you follow. So I followed. We went in the car. And where do you think we go? McDonald's. He in his robe with me and Stephen and the late, what's the name, the Venerable who passed away, the young Wufen, Venerable Wufen, 4 of us. Actually, I was a bit worried because everybody looking at him and bowing at him. What is this Venerable doing in McDonald's, sitting down? So we were discussing some issues. So that's the beauty of that humility of that master. To him, an example of how he can interact with people. He doesn't see any discrimination. He doesn't see anything wrong of people going to McDonald's. And he set that kind of examples. So in 2019, I was in Hong Kong with him. We usually every year I'll spend about 2-3 days with him. So one day in Hong Kong, see the wisdom of. So I told him, I said, Master, I think I'll serve another 2 years and then probably I'll train somebody to to do something. So for those who know him, right, Alice and of course Polan, he has a very smile that
I don't know whether it's a boyish kind of smile, very boyish, a boy smile. Then he asked me, he said, can you tell me how old I am? Him. I say, yeah, you are 94. I say, okay, thank you. You can go back now. So if you look at that side, so that's things that I think that's how most of us could relate to him, in that sense of his humility, his respect, and doing things by setting an example. Now, let me go back to the proper sort of conference closing. And I think I want to really, my team from Australia, I think we are very impressed, and we want to really compliment the organizers under the leadership of Prem. And I think you got an excellent team. And not forgetting, of course, with that kind of support from Alice, from my brother Yao, Alex, Tan, and everyone. And I think you have put up a splendid conference, because why I say that is because this is an excellent initiative that resonates very well with your Malaysia Madani principles and concept. Because I think one of your Malaysia Madani principle is harmony. And I think you took that initiative. I can't think of anybody at the moment because I'm not from Malaysia, I'm from Australia. But I think you took that initiative, and that's something, a big compliment. Thanks, Prem. I think you made it happen, and that's an excellent thing. And also to Dato Chief, because I think he's such an affectionate somebody. I always call him Chief, and I think that relates very well. And of course also to, again, Prem, Alice, all the Pure Land Amitabha here, for thinking of us from Australia and extending this invite to us, because you really give us a platform, all right? You give us an opportunity to learn, at the same time an opportunity for our young people to travel, because this is something which the master has always been telling me, hey, you must get the young people involved, because they are your generation. They're not actually future generation, but they're actually your generation, which you have to mentor, you have to develop so that they take over. So I think, thank you for bringing us into this noble journey. And also on behalf of Venerable Chengde and all the Australian delegates, all my friends there, we are grateful. We owe our gratitude to you, as I said, for this kind invitation and the extension of learning for us. Now, all of us has been sitting down. We have listened to the wisdom, the immense knowledge of almost all the speakers, the scholars, and we all have. I noticed we have been listening. We have been very silent. Now, this is our two principles which the master taught me: listen and silent. Now, you go back and do some homework. Listen and silent carry 6 alphabet. They are the same, but the other way around. Right? Because I think, when you listen, you learn something that you don't know. So when you are silent, you absorb. And like Prof. Chu said, you do a reflection. So let us all be someone who we can contribute something, at least to be whatever you call opinion shaper, call yourself a catalyst, call yourself an influencer, whatever, to carry this agenda beyond this hall of Mahavihara temple. We can do that, I think. On a very side note, I'm not going to relate all that, but I think one or two things that I thought would be a good start, because many of us have that. Now, that reflects back to this question of, I think, Polan mentioned about dialogue, conversation, go into a sort of a engagement, go into a talk. To educate, not to teach. And this is something which the masterpiece of Master Venerable Chen Kung, when he went to Toowoomba in 2001, where it was mentioned by Venerable Chengde about that friendship dinner. Because that actually, well, my Australian colleagues will understand. Because Toowoomba is a very, very conservative Christian state. I'm not wrong, Scott, right? They will all agree with me. No, it is. But then with that friendship dinner, which the master created, he actually broke the ice. You know, he broke the ice, he paved the way, and that is how we see the birth of the Goodwill Committee. We see the birth of the Toowoomba Interfaith Working Group, which is chaired by John Agnew, who is from the Uniting Church. And you see the beauty of 22 denominations coming together, sharing the same principles, working for peace, and documents coming up with that 360 literature. Everything is working. I won't say it's working well, but at least they're accepting each other, they're respecting each other, they meet every month, they run programs, they run activities, and they all travel together. So I think that connector is very important, and it's about food. And I can tell you, in Australia, Australia is, I'm not too sure whether whatever, they're all crazy over coffee, you know. Okay. They talk with coffee, you know, it's literally a conversation with coffee. But I think, to me, from my perspective, I think Malaysia, you have food, the biggest asset, all right? And I tell you, from what I can see, I think I did mention, your two biggest asset is your roti canai and your nasi lemak. Because I saw that Akka nasi lemak, right? The long line. I mean, they're connecting people, because actually, if you put food there, people will learn to appreciate, they talk, you build trust, you build confidence, you know, you build unity. And that's how, like, what happens in Pure Land Friendship Dinner. I'll tell you, you know, through this, some of them got married. You know, they came all as individuals, man and woman. Then suddenly they say, oh, we are going to get married. How do you meet? Where do you meet? We meet at friendship dinner. Huh? Okay. So they'll look at that kind of connection, you know. Marriage is beautiful, right? It's a reunion, a union of two people, you know, bringing a blessed family. So these are little things that I think most important what you and I can do is, the rest are all been mentioned by the respective eminent speakers, but let's do something, you know, let's, like Dr. Chu says, reflect. So I think the best is the connection, and the connection is food, because every corner of Malaysia you see kedai makan, you know, everything. It doesn't matter whether char kway teow or ching chong fan, you know, Hokkien mee or whatever, but that's the connector. So trust me, because that's what we do. All right, but only thing the Australian, well, we don't have much Asian food, but like I said, they all is about coffee, which is not my forte, but I will join them with a cup of tea, you know. So, but that's the pool, you know, together. So I hope that we can all work on that, you know. That is just one of the takeaway which I like to share, because I thought that was good, and that was an example of, just like I said, an example of the master, you know, going to McDonald's, you know, how he connects to people. People see him, you know, how's his humility side, you know, and how he tells me there's nothing wrong in sitting down with the community. There's nothing wrong in getting connected with people whom you don't know, like mentioned by strangers and all that. Don't see people as strangers. I think our eminent, what's that? My dear sister, the Baha'i sister, you know, she mentioned that. So that's exactly what. So with that, I sort of ask, and I also remind myself, you know, to start working, because connection will lead to acceptance, unity, togetherness. And with that, on behalf of my Australian delegates, I really thank all of you for giving us, and I'm sure that we're going to walked out, especially the young people. You know, they learn something. They see the beauty of so much of beauty in Malaysia. Trust me. Thank you so much, and God bless all of you. And Ami Tofo.
Once again, thank you, Brother Haji Hanif. To all brothers and sisters, we have come to the end of our peace conference today. We would like to thank first Venerable Dr. Kesari Dhammaratana, Venerable Teacher Chanda, all moderators, all speakers, all guests, participants, sponsors, and to all our volunteers. Without you, we can't make today's Malaysia Peace Conference 2023 a success. Until then, we see each other next time. Take care. KH sign off. Thank you.